Good evening, everyone. As the saying goes, the best way to spread Christmas cheer is singing loudly for all to hear. So tonight, we are delighted to welcome El Dorado High School Choir under the direction of Mr. Mark Santizo as they bring the sounds of the season to our board meeting. During this especially busy time of year, filled with performances, rehearsals, finals, these talented students continue to shine and share their joy through music. At this time, I'm pleased to turn it over to Mr. Santizo as he will share a bit more about the choir and tonight's holiday selections.
quick moment to reconfigure and put those bells away, and then we'll do Boom Boom Temptation for you.
So thank you for your patience tonight, and thanks to the El Dorado Choir for their performances tonight. Also, in the festive mood, the season would not be right without cookies, and our nutrition services department prepared cookies and they're outside. So if there's a break and you need to go or you need to take a break and get a treat to stay awake, please help yourself. Okay, I'm officially going to reconvene regular session at 6:20, and there's nothing to report out from closed session. And if you can join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let the record show that all board members are present, including our student board member, Ariana. And before we approve the agenda, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Kim.
Thank you, President Anderson. Before our board reorganization, I want to take a moment to recognize and thank our outgoing board president. Oh, sorry. I thought you had that on there next. I apologize.
Nope.
Where am I on the agenda?
We're amending it.
Thank you.
We're amending the agenda.
Okay. So we're amending the agenda for the December 16th Board of Education agenda as presented. Thank you. Before calling, thank you. I was like, that's not in my agenda. Thank you. I apologize. I did ask President Anderson to remove consent item number 26.5 to approve memorandum of understanding with ABC Education Group. It is not a necessity at this time. The Student Services Group brought it forward, and they figured out that it is not something we need approval for this time, so we're going to ask that that be removed. Thank you. That's not in my script, so apologize.
We'll get it together.
Thank you.
Do you need a motion?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Blades, a second by Mrs. Quintero. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0 with an aye from our student board member. Okay, now we're having our public comment announcement. Public comment cards are available in the foyer with the cookies. Cards must be completed and turned in prior to their designated time for public comment. Provided a maximum of 3 minutes per person. If translation is needed, an additional 3 minutes will be given. Please let us know, and if we know ahead of time, we can ensure we are prepared. Civility policy, Education Code 220 prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability, gender, gender identity, gender expression, nationality, race, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, or any other characteristic that is contained in the definition of hate crime set forth in Section 422.55 of the Penal Code, including immigration status. Additionally, if there are any disruptions or interferences on the board's ability to conduct its meeting, the disruptive parties will be given one warning. If the disruption continues... What?
Dan was being a little loud.
Oh. I got 4 grandsons living with me. I just tuned all that right out. That's a familiar, happy noise, in my opinion, not a disruption. The president has found you disruptive in violation of Penal Code Section 403, Education Code Section 32210, and the board president will order you removed from the meeting under Government Code 54957.9, 54957.95. If removing one or several disruptive parties does not restore order, the board president will exercise their authority to clear the room in accordance with Government Code 54957.9. Now, I'm going to turn it over to you again.
Okay, sorry, I was too excited. Okay, I apologize for that earlier. We're going to get to my item here. Before our board recognition, I want to take a moment to to recognize and thank the outgoing board president, Miss Marilyn Anderson. This evening marks the conclusion of Ms. Anderson's first term serving as board president. She was elected to the Placentia-Yorba Unified School District Board of Education in 2020. And over the past year, she's led the board and our district with dedication, thoughtfulness, and a deep commitment to public education. As board president, Ms. Anderson guided the district through a significant year of important work that was centered on strengthening academic achievement, supporting organizational excellence, and keeping the needs of our students, staff, families, and school community at the forefront of every decision. Ms. Anderson is also a familiar presence throughout our campuses. She consistently attends school events and celebrations, taking great pride in recognizing and supporting our students. During her time on the board, she has made it a priority to visit all 34 of our schools, underscoring her commitment to ensuring every student receives the very best education our district can provide. We're grateful for her thoughtful leadership. Thank you, President Anderson. And as a token of our appreciation for your hard work and dedication, we have a commemorative PYL USD gift to present to you this evening. Please join me in giving her a round of applause. And trustees, I'm now going to turn it over to you for any additional comments you'd like to make.
Marilyn, it's been an honor to serve as your vice president. You've had led us in a search this year. So many things that came across our plate that you handled and led us through. So I really appreciate the work that you did and the work that we were able to do together.
Just want to say thank you as well. Being new to the board, I was really grateful for your leadership this year and the lessons I've learned and the way you patiently and thoughtfully consider all your decisions. So thank you.
Okay, let's move on. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to elect Carrie Buck as president of the Board of Education for the period December 16th, 2025 through December 15th, 2026.
Second.
I have a motion by Mrs. Anderson, a second by Mrs. Quintero. Is there any questions, comments? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Did you vote?
Aye. Aye, okay, just making sure. Okay, the motion carries 3-2 with an aye from our student board member. So at this point, our new president, Mrs. Buck, is going to take over.
Okay.
Here's the gavel.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to board vice president, I'll take a motion. And I'd like to make a motion to elect Tricia Quintero as vice president of the Board of Education for the period of December 16th, 2025 through the December 15th, 2026.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mrs. Buck, second by Mrs. Anderson. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
You vote.
Aye.
And opposed?
No.
No.
And from our student board member, would you? Yes, aye. All right, so that carries 3-2 with an aye from the student board member. And then moving on to our board clerk, I'd like to make a motion to elect Marilyn Anderson as clerk of the Board for Education for the period December 16th, 2025 through December 15th, 2026.
Second.
And opposed? Oh, I'm sorry. We had a motion by Carrie Buck and a second by Tricia Quintero. All those in favor? Aye.
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 And opposed?
No.
Nope.
And from our student board member? Okay, so that motion carries as well, 3-2 with the vote from our student board member. Okay, so that brings us next to our approval of minutes. Could Could I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of November 18th, 2025 as presented.
Second.
A motion by Mrs. Anderson, second by Mr. Frazier. Any comments? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0, and a yes from our student board member. Okay, now that brings us to an exciting point of the evening and our Golden Bell Award. So I'll pass it to you, Dr. Kim.
Thank you, President Bug. I'm really excited to recognize our staff. I was fortunate enough to join them and watch them be honored. Thank you, Ms. Gray, and at the time, President Anderson were able to accept on behalf of PYL USD, and Jamie was able to be with us as well. And it was a wonderful evening, and as exciting and fun as that was, I'm even more excited that you all were able to join us tonight so that we can recognize you this evening. I'm going to hand it to Ms. Gray so that she can recognize staff.
So I have the distinct pleasure of introducing the person who will be recognizing our preschool leadership team this evening, our principals and educators who have received the prestigious Golden Bell Award. Before she does so, though, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the leader whose vision, determination, and belief helped bring this recognition to our district. I have had the opportunity to watch Jamie Nash step into the role of Director of Special Education this year with both courage and clarity. Jamie is one of the kindest and most thoughtful leaders I know, quiet in nature yet resolute in purpose. She approaches complex challenges with grace, always keeping students and educators at the center of her work. Prior to taking on this role, Jamie led our district special education preschool program with a deep commitment to inclusion. Under her leadership, inclusive practices for our preschoolers have truly come to life. She has helped our team see through both data and lived experience that when students have access to the same curriculum, high-quality instruction, and their general education peers, they don't just improve, they actually thrive. So the Golden Bell Award is a reflection of our district's innovative practices, Jamie's belief in our team, the team's tenacity, and the collective desire of all involved to honor and elevate our youngest learners. So without further ado, it is my true honor to introduce Jamie Nash, our Director of Special Education, and a colleague I am deeply proud to work alongside.
Thank you. Good evening, President Buck, trustees, Superintendent Dr. Kim LeBlanc Esparza, and Executive Cabinet. Tonight, I stand before you with immense pride and gratitude to celebrate a remarkable milestone. Preschool staff across the district have earned the Placentia-Yorba School District's first California School Boards Association Golden Bell in more than 10 years. Now in its 46th year, the Golden Bell Award celebrates excellence in education and school board governance by recognizing innovative programs that make meaningful differences for students. These awards highlight best practices across instruction, operations, and student support services with a strong focus on access and positive student outcomes. This year, CSBA received 263 entries across 23 categories, each one rigorously reviewed by a panel of experts from school districts and school county offices of education throughout California. Only a select number of programs statewide earn this distinction. This award recognizes the district's preschool inclusion initiative, a bold and transformative shift in early learning. From the beginning, our mission was clear: to ensure that children with disabilities have access to high-quality preschools alongside their typically developing peers. In the fall of 2022, following your 5-0 vote in support of an inclusion resolution, the groundwork was laid to focus on our youngest learners. As a result of the expanding preschools and our co-taught models, student outcomes have improved dramatically. Before the implementation, only 10% of our students in our preschools and special education were recommended for general education. Today, far more students are successfully transitioning into inclusive settings. So now I would like to invite the extraordinary leaders who helped bring this vision to life. From Orange County Head Start, Jessica Thompson. Will you please join us at the dais to be recognized and received your own Golden Bell? Jessica and her team led a groundbreaking partnership with Orange County Head Start, resulting in the first co-taught preschool classroom, the first of its kind in Orange County. Through navigating complex regulations, staffing, and operational challenges, they demonstrated what is possible when collaboration and purpose drive the work. I'd like to invite our co-teacher, Alicia Brown, Alicia and Jessica and the team at Topaz Head Start daily commitment for the past 4 years has made inclusion a reality for all the children they serve. Next, please join me in recognizing our district preschool leadership, Dr. George Lopez, the Executive Director of Early and Expanded Learning, and Sylvia Cuesta. Our Director of Early Childhood Education, for continuing the essence of this initiative by making co-taught models part of our preschool landscape across the existing and newly opened preschools for over the past 3 years. Now I would like to invite and recognize the dedicated preschool staff members who are here tonight, whose work made this success possible. From Wagner Preschool, our co-teacher, Amy Ortlib. And we have our Linda Vista team here tonight. So Director of the preschool, Sandra Flores. And our co-teachers, Ashley Matson and Jennifer Terry. From our Morris Preschool, we have our school principal, Kelly Farrell, and our co-teacher, yes. And our co-teacher, Kim O'Connell. And from our Glenview Preschool, we have our co-taught teacher, Chrissy Bernazzi. And now a special acknowledgement to our preschool teacher on special assignment, Joy Goodrich. Her leadership, advocacy, and steadfast commitment to the vision has been instrumental in supporting staff and ensuring high-quality implementation across our programs. While tonight marks a time to celebrate, it also marks the beginning of continued work ahead. Our collective responsibility is to expand inclusive opportunities as students transition into elementary school and beyond, ensuring that belonging, access, and high expectations remain central to every educational experience. This Golden Bell Award belongs to every educator, every leader, and every partner who believed in this work and dared to do things differently. It represents hope, progress, and the promise for a brighter future for all the children at PYL-USD. And to all of the preschool team, even those who are not here tonight, we want to thank you. Your passion is changing lives, strengthening our district, and setting a powerful example across the state. Congratulations on this well-deserved honor. And now we would like to invite our board members to join us for a group photo to celebrate this incredible achievement.
Maybe we should go behind
As you sneak away, don't forget to grab some cookies on your way out. Thank you so much for all the work that you do each and every day. I have a grandson you've just met, and it's incredibly important to all of us that the work that you all do continues, and it really builds kids' brains. 85% or 80% of their brain is built before the age of 5. So the work that you are doing is really, really changing lives. I mean, literally changing lives. So thank you so much, and I can't wait to see what the data shows in the years to come and how the work that you do help us meet that and beat that achievement gap. Thank you. Whoops. That's okay, I don't need it. If anybody else wants to pop out for a cookie, please do so. So that will bring us next to our public hearing. A public hearing will be held regarding the adoption of resolution number 2516, accepting the annual and 5-year developer fee report pursuant to Government Code Sections 66001, 66006, and 66007 for the period July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. And the public hearing I will call open at 6:41. Does anyone want to speak to this? Give me a second. I'm not seeing anybody jump up. Okay, seeing nobody running to the podium, we're going to close our public hearing at 6:42. And that now brings us to presentations, and we'll have an update to provide a board for student achievement. And Dr. Kim, I'll pass that over to you.
Thank you. I'm excited this evening to bring Dr. Will Gray, Mike Young, and Dr. Liz Leone to talk to us about student achievement with some new metrics and some new tools that we now have available to us. It's not the same report as what you have been used to, because they had utilized the dashboard, the California dashboard, for the last couple of years in terms of looking at our data. And I think we'll all learn together as we grow the ability to dig down deeper and find the data analytics that will help us take action and that will inform our strategic plan. And this is just a first step toward that. I look forward to the conversation we're going to have at the end of Dr. Gray and Mr. Young and Dr. Leone's presentation. And we will take feedback from you all, because as iterations continue, we will make it better and better. That is aligned to what interests you have and our goals within our strategic plan. So this is a first step of many.
All right. Good evening, President Buck, trustees, Superintendent LeBlanc Esparza, executive cabinet members. We are pleased. Do I need to? It's not up on the big screen. There we go. We are still pleased to present our 2025 CASP, English Language Arts, and Math student achievement data. We will cover the performance of our students as an overall group and the achievement of our 3 largest student groups: socioeconomically disadvantaged students, English learners, and students with disabilities. With the release of the California dashboard data in November and its availability in the new frontline analysis tools this past week, we are able to look at our data in new and more contextual manners. This presentation is designed to elicit further wonderings and generate critical questions from everyone to foreshadow the strategic planning process that PYLUSD will undertake this spring. The premise of this presentation is that data points in isolation are rarely actionable. If we are given data points without context, it's almost like trying to solve a puzzle with just one piece. the picture is incomplete. Context help us find meaning, gauge what is normal, celebrate successes, prioritize necessary actions, and analyze metrics that need attention. Throughout this presentation, we hope to contextualize the achievement of our students in a manner that will help frame the next steps that we will take. We recognize that schools and school districts are complex, interconnected systems for which we can extract and examine myriad data points similar to our own complex human systems. To help set our framework, we will look at a sample slate of 5 data points typically measured during a physical exam at a doctor's office. While each provides some information on how a patient is doing, they provide little insight into necessary actions without knowing what typical measurements are, and therefore the patient is left wondering if they're healthy. So to answer the question on the screen, most of those are good numbers with some work to be done for the eGFR rate. I'm not going to try to pronounce what it stands for, but it indicates kidney function. So the doctor would recognize that while many things are going well, an action plan is needed to address the area of need. We will walk through a similar analysis celebrating the many positive outcomes of our district and recognizing needed action tonight. We will start from the macro level when we compare PYL-USD outcomes to statewide averages. The graphs on the screen show statewide and PYL-USD performance in ELA and math over time since 2019 to the most recent data in 2025. Our district is the thicker blue line and the statewide performance is the yellow line. Note that there was no CASP data in 2020 and 2021, and that each of these graphs show the post-pandemic dip in 2022. Our overall percentage of students that met or exceeded the assessed standards has consistently outperformed the state as a whole by approximately 20 percentage points in ELA and math, which is something to celebrate, and we are showing trends to return to our pre-pandemic levels of performance. As heartening as that news is, the reality is that our district has different demographics than the state, so that is not an apples to apples contextualization. Thanks to the new frontline data analysis tool that we have, we are now able to contextualize our ELA and math data to gain deeper insight. As a district, 45.7% of our students have been identified as socioeconomically disadvantaged, 14.4% of our students are English learners, and 13.4% of our students have an identified disability, and some of our students fit into 2 or 3 of these student groups. On the screen are the locations of 11 other unified districts that had similar percentages of English learners and low socioeconomic students last year, with enrollments of at least 2,000 students. The districts displayed here have populations of English learners within 6% of our demographics, and at least 39% of their students are low income. We are the orange dot down in Orange County. Percentages of students with disabilities are not available with this tool, but there is often little variance across districts, and most are near the statewide average, between 11 and 14%. We will be examining our high-level student achievement data within the context of these demographically similar unified districts from throughout California tonight. This is different from our prior practice of looking at neighboring district data because geographic proximity does not provide the same level of contextual feedback for us. Mr. Young, our Director of Secondary Education, will start our review of data in new ways in order to give some insight into our analysis and initial takeaways using this tool.
On this chart, we can see 4 years of CASP performance data captured in the ELA indicator, which correlates the overall average distance from standard score for every tested student and participation rates in language arts. The years displayed are 2022, 23, 24, and 25. When we compare our ELA indicator, again the thick blue line, we find ourselves consistently near the top of the group year over year for the past 4 years. And we are showing promise to return to our pre-pandemic levels of performance. In fact, in 2025, we had the top performance indicator compared to the 11 other like districts and have earned the green level performance on the California School Dashboard. On this chart, we can see 4 years of CAS performance data captured in the math indicator, which completes or correlates the overall average distance from standard score for every tested student in participation in math. Once again, our math indicator is the thick blue line, places PYL USD consistently year after year at the top of the group for the past 4 years. 2025, we had the top performance indicator compared to the other like districts, and have also earned the green level performance indicator for math on the California School Dashboard. The outcomes on the previous two charts are a reflection of the hard work and dedication of our teachers, and that our district is making great strides to return to pre-pandemic levels of achievement. We will now move on to some newer methods of
Can I ask
displaying.
one question real quick? Sorry.
Oh, sure.
Back on those charts, it says 22, 23, 24, 25. What's the dates of those testing? I'm assuming it's the spring of that year, correct?
Correct.
So the 25 is the spring of 25, which is school year 24, 25.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
And I have a question too. Usually everything's like weighed by percentages, you know, and this isn't really, this is just giving us a line. Like what percentage is our line at? Because it says like we're doing great, but if the rest of the state's at if we're at like 50% and everybody else on these lines is below 50%, then are we really doing that great? So what is our percentage at right now? What's the average? Because all we're seeing is lines.
Right. So the way that the California dashboard measures our achievement is by distance from standard, right? So the distance from standard that we're comparing ourselves to is the minimum standard scale score for level 3 or 4. So based on our essentially how far away we are from that bottom level score, shows how much higher we are in that standard versus the other districts.
What would our number be then? I guess for people who like when we look at the graphs,
Well,
like I'd
from-
rather do it numbers.
Like right here, if the 0 is the baseline, correct? And
That's
standard.
that would be at
the standard. So
right?
being above and the
right.
0.25, so we're right there probably, that number would be around 12 from the standard.
Correct.
Yeah, like it.
It's valid.
Yeah.
Like if we're comparing 20% achievement to 30% achievement, yeah, it's better, but it sucks. So, I mean, I guess
Yeah.
the point is like,
Yeah.
what's the average? What's
Yeah.
the line,
Yeah.
the standard number?
Thank you for that question. So when we look at the percentage of our students that have met or exceeded the standard for ELA, we're at 67.37%
Okay.
in 2025. And then for math, we are at 56%, which again is about 20 percentage points higher than the state.
But it's still not 56% of our kids are at grade level.
correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Just as the dashboard isn't really the best, I guess, representation of the scores. And that's why it's so confusing, I think, too.
And part of my suggestion will be wait till we get to like the last 5 slides of this, because we will dig into where we can clearly see we need to dig in and make some improvement.
Right.
Thank you for those questions. We'll now move on to some newer methods of displaying data. One of the more interesting insights from our new tool Frontline that can be visualized is student achievement by grade level. In this graphic, you can see the grades that are assessed: 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 11. Going up the left side of the chart in rows, those represent the grade levels. The columns across the bottom represent the 12 similar districts we are examining today. The colors represent the ranked achievement levels of each grade within that district to give insight into how student performance changes over time for that district. Therefore, red does not indicate poor performance for that grade. Rather, that is the grade that has the most area for growth within that district. Our column is surrounded by the light blue rectangle, and we have scored between 62 and 69% met or exceeded standard, and a green indicator on the California School Dashboard, which is higher than our comparison district and statewide averages. As you can see on the screen, a commonality is that achievement rates in ELA tend to start lower and rise as the grade level increases, with most districts having their 11th grade students demonstrate the highest rates of mastery, indicated by the row of dark green at the top of the chart.
Mr. Young, I'm going to step in here. To your point, both of you, if you look at the squares that are red, there's definitely indicators where we have stronger performance versus areas where we definitely can see. We've got to dig in and figure out where is it that our students are needing help, needing support, needing to attain a skill set because they're not being able to demonstrate it. And so this is just yet another visual that we can look at. And honestly, you have to look at about 5 to get to a place where you're like, okay, I have a pretty good sense of what are all the patterns telling me. Because you can hide a lot of things in averages.
I would love to just go to the last 5 then.
Well, no, so, but the colors still are related to being above or at the average, correct?
But you see, if you
The
look
standard,
in ours,
sorry, the standard.
If you look in ours, though, like the red in here, like in 4, like 3 and 4, like that's very low achievement. 8th grade, low achievement. But then 11th grade, we had high achievement. So I guess that's how they're looking. Yeah, it's,
Yeah.
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 Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
it's telling you or indicating relatively within your district, based on the grade levels that are tested, which grade levels perform higher than others and lower than others. So it's just relative to our district and those other like districts. Conversely, when we examine the achievement in math compared to grade level, we can see that our similar districts show the opposite trend in that as student grade level rises, student achievement declines. Also notable is that student achievement in math is more dispersed within each of the districts whose data is displayed, indicating that achievement gaps widen over time. Dr. Kim, can you share more insights and critical questions that come to mind from these findings, and what leading indicators can districts monitor to address these needs?
Between these two heat maps, there are a couple of questions that I have to ask. First of all, I would argue that the math pattern that you see is predictable but not unaddressable. And what I mean by that is, as math builds upon itself, if students are missing skill sets, as we continue to move them up through grade levels, that accumulates over time. And as we get more and more complex, there comes a point in time where there's a greater and greater percentage of what they cannot do. And so when we look at our student performance in grade 7, 8, 9, you're going to see a greater and greater number of students who are unable to meet standard or are barely meeting standard, one of the two. Either way, not setting them up for success. Whereas you don't see that same pattern of achievement in English language arts, because English language arts isn't that same sequential course that you see. And so we will look at this to say, hang on a minute, one of the first things I see is at 8th grade in both of these heat maps, I see a dip. I see us having a trajectory in 5, 6, 7, and then a dip in 8. So my question is our curriculum doing for our students what it needs to be doing in 8th grade and preparing them to meet the standard? Are the practices that we're using being effective? These are all questions that we can ask as a part of our analysis of the data that these tools are going to give us an opportunity to dig into. So stay tuned, we'll keep going with that.
Next, we will examine our data on a more granular level by examining the performance of our 3 largest student groups. Our low socioeconomic student groups that comprise 45.7% of our district, our English learners that make up 14.4% of our district, and our students with disabilities that represent 13.4% of our students. These student groups are a focus of student outcome analysis because, in short, schools across the state and nation, and to some extent schools around the world, have decades of outcome data that shows that students belonging to one or more of these groups tend to perform at a lower level than their peers. It is extremely difficult to close these achievement gaps, but something that we strive for as a district as part of our moral imperative to support the needs of all students. Each color represents the achievement of a group of students. Blue displays all students. Red displays low socioeconomic students, yellow displays students with disabilities, and green displays English learners. Our data is a solid line, and the statewide data are the dashed lines. When we compare the pairs of lines in each color, we can see that our students in each of these groups have consistently outperformed statewide averages in English language arts. Now we will look at the same graph for math. Again, blue displays all students, red displays low socioeconomic students, yellow displays students with disabilities, and green displays English learners. Our data is a solid line, and the statewide data are the dashed lines. When we compare the pairs of lines in each color, we can see that our students in each of these groups have consistently outperformed statewide averages in math. One of the next steps we will take is to examine the performance of our student groups relative to their peers among our 11 like districts. This is often called an achievement gap analysis. This is a new style of chart, so we will briefly review what it displays across the 3 columns before sharing any takeaways. The left-hand column shows the achievement data for students in a given at-promise group, while the right-hand column shows the achievement of students not in that group. For example, students with disabilities on the left and students without disabilities on the right. The center column displays the difference in achievement between these populations. This is the gap that we referenced before. On the next slide, we will look at gap analysis for students with disabilities, English learners, and socioeconomically disadvantaged for the 2024 CASP data, as that is the most recent comparison available in Frontline. We will see that one of the side effects of having such high overall performance levels is that it often creates large gaps between students in at-promise student groups and the overall averages. These charts on the screen show achievement gaps for the 2024 English Language Arts Assessment for the 12 demographically similar districts, sorted from the top to bottom by the size of the achievement gap their data demonstrates. Comparison data for 3 student groups are shown: socioeconomically disadvantaged students versus not socioeconomically disadvantaged in the upper left, English learner versus English only at the top right, and students with disabilities versus students with no reported disabilities in the bottom center. Starting at the upper left and moving clockwise, we can see that PYL-USD has the 4th biggest achievement gap for our low socioeconomic disadvantaged students, the 2nd largest achievement gap for English learners, and again, the 2nd largest achievement gap for students with disabilities. Next, we will move on to examining achievement gaps for the 2024 math assessment for the 12 demographically similar districts. Again, sorted from top to bottom by the size of the achievement gap their data demonstrates. Again, comparison data for 3 student groups are shown: socioeconomically disadvantaged students in the upper left, English learners on the top right, and students with disabilities at the bottom center. Starting in the upper left and moving clockwise, we can see that PYL-USD has the largest achievement gap for our low socioeconomically disadvantaged students, the largest achievement gap for English learners, and the 2nd largest achievement gap for students with disabilities. Dr. Kim, can you provide some insight into what these past 2 slides indicate and how we will approach these needs?
So as you asked the questions, we started out having the conversation that PYL is not an average district. We have very high expectations for our student performance. So comparing ourselves to the state is merely just a benchmarking for us to look at and see, how are we doing as far as the state goes, but more importantly, how are we doing compared to districts that have similar demographics to us? Then, how are we doing compared to ourselves? Are we getting better? Each and every year, are we climbing? But then we dig deeper and ask the question, are there student populations that aren't even coming close to our overall average? And the reality is you can hide a lot of things in averages, especially when you have a high average. When you look at it and say 70% of our kids are meeting standard, but if only 50% of almost half of our kids are not meeting it, there's a huge achievement gap at that point, and somewhere we need to do some things differently for some students because they're not able to access learning in the same way. And so for me, one of the first things that I asked the team to dig into was looking at the areas of our dashboard that we get from the state that don't show up green. And why is that? What students are struggling, and how do we know, and what do we need to do differently for those students? And these three graphs for both ELA and math clearly call out a need for us to dig into the data and figure out why are these students not having the same educational experience as their peers who are meeting standard, and what do we do to show up differently for those students? And then overall, we still have to have very big goals with regard to, as a parent, I'll be the first person to tell you that if 100% of kids aren't meeting standard, I don't want to be that parent that I look at and go, it's okay for your kid to not succeed. It's not okay for any kid not to succeed. That's just a hard stop for all of us. But the reality is we have some big work to do in relation to a number of our students that show up for learning every day with a very different skill set and a different home life experience and a different life experience that they need us to do some things differently for them.
Thank you. So just to reiterate, so what does this mean? We continue to demonstrate high overall achievement compared to statewide averages and similar districts. Similar to the patient example at the beginning of the presentation, while most of our data is good, we have some work to do in that regard. We have significant achievement gaps for our English learners, our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and our students with disabilities that need to be addressed. Given the enduring nature of these needs, a comprehensive strategic approach will be used to continue to push the envelope of overall attainment levels while working to raise the achievement of all student groups.
And the district leadership team decided that trainings for the 25-26 school year would focus on literacy and academic language, given that our English learners and students with disabilities were struggling to access academic language in their ELA and math courses. Our curriculum and instruction initiatives and professional development offerings this past summer and throughout this school year are displayed on this screen. Light blue offerings are for elementary teachers, gold topics for secondary teachers, and the lower left quadrant of guided language acquisition and development strategies reflects our district-wide initiative. Outcome data for these initiatives are being monitored via attendance at these trainings by formative assessment data and by monitoring implementation in our classrooms.
Are these trainings mandatory or are they voluntary?
They are voluntary trainings. The district-wide initiative training in the lower left-hand corner, Jose Cabrera, our Assistant Director of State and Federal Programs, travels to the school sites during one of their staff meetings each school year. So each teacher will hear about that one.
So when we're talking about implementing all of these things, if you don't attend the training, you can't implement it, correct?
Correct. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Actually, the training that we have specifically for the reading difficulties risk screener is mandatory. So that all of our K through second grade teachers were trained this summer. Within that training, there was 1 hour to know how to implement the reading difficulties risk screener. And then the 5 hours, there was 6 hour training. 5 hours were, so what next? And what do you do to change classroom practices to support and provide intervention for students?
So I guess the question is, so K through 2 was mandatory, they all got it. But what about the rest of the grades? If it was voluntary, how do we know that it's being implemented in the classroom? Because if some teachers are implementing it, isn't that going to affect the outcomes of the students in the other classrooms whose teachers are not implementing it? Wouldn't we think that we want all of this to be mandatory so everybody's getting the same opportunities?
One of the limitations that we've had, having been in this district for 5 years, is the honestly the ability to provide release time and to have substitutes. I'm really excited that we are starting to have that happen specifically this year, and with that opportunity to release our teachers during their professional day to receive the professional training as it should be rather than after school. So one of the huge limitations we've had is we haven't had the ability to release our teachers during the day because of shortages, as you are well aware, for the past couple of years. And so now we're on the other side of it, where we have that opportunity to do that. And as a matter of fact, we have scheduled trainings this year where we are going to be releasing our teachers during the day, and we have that set up for all of our kindergarten teachers. That's coming up, as well as first grade teachers, second grade teachers, and then we're going to cycle back to kindergarten once again, specifically to ensure that we meet the needs for reading difficulties risk screener. What we're going to do to close achievement gaps for our students when it comes to literacy, as we know that's all part of learning, even within math.
So that was K1 and 2. What about the rest?
Because some of these are,
Like 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Like
there
what
are-
about the rest?
Some of the trainings are grade specific, correct?
Yes, absolutely. And so we are starting with literacy, and then the hope is that we continue to have the support of sub-release time so that we can extend that over to the other grade levels. But we're being very strategic about focusing on early intervention so that we're not having to close achievement gaps later down the road for students when it's much more difficult in 3rd, 4th, 5th, etc. So that is the goal, that we continue to then provide that professional development during the day for the other grade levels, but we're starting with K through 2nd.
And what happens if a teacher refuses to implement these new practices to help the students?
So that's where our administrators come into play, like having been a principal myself. What other alternatives do they have, if not to help support and close achievement gaps for students? And so there are reservations, and there's research that, backs this up. And sometimes it's not out of defiance, is that our teachers don't have the skill set yet. And so for that reason, I'm very proud to share that for math specifically, we are building the capacity of teachers, supporting and teaching teachers. We right now have 13 of our math fellows that are going around to support 30 teachers. So they're coaching, they're taking video, they're dialoguing with each other. So sometimes those reservations don't come out of being defiant, rather, show me how. And that's where our administrators come into play and say, okay, you know what, if this is hard for you, what do you need? Do you need to go visit another teacher? Do you need to have another teacher come and co-lead and co-teach with you? Do you need to watch yourself on video? And so that's the support that we have been doing. And also grateful to share that our math fellows, their scores have consistently outperformed other colleagues, is why now we have 30 teachers that are saying, sign me up. Sign me up to have another educator show me how. And that model we are replicating for language arts as well. So we're really working on prevention and having teachers support each other in that work.
Thank you for those questions, and Dr. Leon for stepping in. So, which takes us to our next slide. So, in addition to the already planned and occurring professional development, we will conduct similar frontline supported analyses and other student outcome metrics, such as our college and career indicator, using similar processes and incorporate that in our strategic plan. So Dr. Kim, would you like to give us further insight into how this data and some of these questions lead into that?
I would just point out that this is a baby step in the right direction. I would tell you that the tools that we have are at a level of altitude that I would argue are not nearly actionable enough at the state level. And so by utilizing Frontline is one of those first dipstick measures that allows us to ask the question, how are we doing compared to who we should be comparing ourselves to? And how are each of our subgroup populations doing? Are there some students doing better than others? If we look at our overall average and say 70% of our kids are meeting standard, but we have less than 50% of two of our different student group populations that aren't, we can't get to that 90 without getting those kids to standard. And so needing to make that happen is some of the adjustments that, and we can will it to happen, we can say it will happen, but if we don't dig in and figure out exactly where their skill set deficits are and address those through intervention and RTI and MTSS best, those tiers of intervention and practices, it's not going to happen. It becomes a wish rather than an intention. And so in all of this is a starting point. We have a new tool to really dig in and say who's not doing where we think they should be and why. And there are still more tools that we need to get to that level of action, so that as we do the strategic planning process and we identify some of our goals and our priorities, we have the tools necessary to figure out exactly what we need to do for students so that we can get them to meeting standard. And part of it, to your point, is we have to give people not only high quality curriculum materials, we have to help them invest in our teams to have strong, high quality professional learning so that our teachers feel effective and efficacious in doing their work, and they have the tools necessary to do it, the materials necessary to do it. And then we have to look at the data and see, how's the data? What is it telling us? Are students achieving? Are they not? And then from there, digging in and having conversations about what do we need to do differently and what do we need to continue to do.
All right, so at this point, thank you for your attention, and we welcome your questions and suggestions for further data dives you'd like to see.
Question, sorry. Does Frontline actually look and disaggregate, disaggregate, does Frontline disaggregate the CAS scores by topics or subject matter? So can we go that far down on Frontline, or?
Not on Frontline.
But there's other tools.
There are other tools that can. The tools, the dashboard that we have, that is the state dashboard, will not get us to that place. Frontline will get us to subgroups, subpopulations, and how they're performing. But there are other tools that we're going to have to get to really look at what are the areas within the standard that our students need to work on, need to meet.
So I think there's a lot of numbers and graphs, and it's great, and it's fantastic, and I like it. The thing that I think obviously would be the most concerning is the fact that we're on the top of the achievement gap. That's the place you don't want to be at the top. Right, that's the thing that's interesting as we're breaking this down, and then seeing, like, I just flipped over to the dashboard, and we're green in most places, blue, and we're great, we're doing great. And you look at the achievement gap, and you're like, that's a problem. Specifically, the English learners at 11% in math. That's really bad. Well, should be. Depends on how they ask a question.
You can do what I would call naked number crunching really well without having to have language. But if you're going to problem solve and really get into, when we look at the National Council for Teachers of Mathematics standards, they really do have to have some language skills to be able to dig into it.
Isn't it true, though, and tell me if I'm incorrect, when they implemented Common Core, it used to be that it didn't really matter what language you spoke. Everyone was across the board because math was that universal language. But as Common Core came in and they started implementing more English and more paragraphs and more writing into Common Core, that's where the disparity started.
I would say the gaps have always existed. As a math teacher for the last 35 years, I would tell you that people have been able to compute, people have been able to measure, but people's ability to apply math skills to a real situation requires language. It just does. And so I would say we started giving students more opportunities to demonstrate that application of math, and we began to see that the connection of your ability to reason, your ability to decode, your ability to compute all together told us how mathematically powerful you really are. And that's where the problem exists.
Because I'm seeing a lot of the districts that are using like non-Common Core and Singapore math, their rates are so much higher than ours. And so that was one thing I was wondering is if that is true, if switching over and not having Common Core and going into like more of just the old school math, if that would help our English language learners. If that theory is correct that people are saying.
It depends on the test, though, too.
It does. It depends on what are you measuring it against.
Yeah.
What are you measuring it against? Because if your assessment is a high quality assessment and it is designed to assess what skills you value, then you need to make sure that your curriculum and your teaching align to that.
Yeah.
I want to say something. It left me, sorry.
Okay. One of the things that I'd really like to see is our achievement gap with our long-term English language learners and see how they're doing. I think it's great we're starting with the younger kids, but we have gaps in the other grades, and I want to know what kind of things we're doing there to address those and how we're what the process is for identifying those those students with those gaps and being able to address it, and the supports that we're giving to the teachers and the students. So those would be my two big things.
I just remember, sorry. As far as language, the academic language that especially LTELs need, that will help them on the test, I think that goes across both subjects. I mean, if you have the academic and English language arts, it's going to transfer over to math. So I think that's where our focus really needs to be, in that academic language that you don't hear every day is one thing that definitely hinders the ELLs, and low economic status as well. So that's
Didn't we remove our ELD coordinators at the high school levels? I had heard that, and so I'm just curious how, if we're removing the coordinators, how are we having the teachers, gain some leadership and effectiveness if that's true?
In the moment, I do not know that, but I will get back to you. I can look into that.
No one else? Well,
I do have a question, and I'm just kind of curious. It's nice seeing districts that are similar to us. What do we look like with these same reports on geographically close districts? Did you run that just for fun?
We did run it just for fun, and we can, if you would like, how about I put that in your Friday update?
Yeah,
Would that work?
yeah,
Okay,
that'd be
we can
great.
do
I'm
that.
just- I'm just
Because I know
curious.
Will and I have looked at that, and then part of what we looked at was, wait a minute, their demographics look so different than ours, and so that's why we went to the similar. But if you want to look at the ones that touch us, so to speak, then we can do that too. Yeah, we can give you both.
Because we can see the same gaps and everything,
Mhm.
right?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
cool.
The beauty of the tool is we can do both.
I want to say thank you for bringing this tool. The amount of data that we can find is so, there's so much of it, but to be able to drill it down and bring it to some point where we can really analyze it and see where the next steps are. I would love to see grade level, like what does that look like across the grade level? We saw the heat map that shows that we improve in English and go down in math, but is that actually happening with each of these three subpopulations? And are there potential classes or schools or grade levels that are doing better than others that we could use to start to mimic that and build from there? I think we spend a lot of time celebrating the wins and really saying good job, but when we dig down, that the dashboard doesn't show us any as much as we really need. So digging down into this is where you actually have an impact. If we don't do that and we just, oh great, we have a bunch of greens, well, big deal, but we're not making any difference. And if you look back at the conference that we went to, they were talking about achievement gap specifically and looking across the last 40 years, and this achievement gap is still the same, and nothing has changed. So I appreciate the fact that we're going to try to figure out how to do it for our students and comparatively looking at other districts. So thank you.
Well, I kind of think too, and we have a board have talked about this, is that, and the reason I was asking the questions is because we've all said that we need to have the one thing that we're here for is for students to be able to learn and to achieve. And so, as you've said, we've been stuck in this same position. And so I do think that as a board, should be important to us that our teachers are utilizing the training and that in every single classroom, they're all receiving the same type of education. We can't have one teacher attend training and another teacher not, and then have a certain group of students. I mean, we need to have a standard, that we set, because it's going to start, with the teacher, for the students to achieve. Because if you have one class doing one thing, another class doing another, then that is not fair, nor is it equitable, to the students.
I think that you're right, and there are a lot of things that we can be flexible with and give teachers the ability to be creative in some ways, as long as we support them in the base that we're working at. Some of the consideration, and I appreciate Dr. Liam kind of going through it a little bit, we're working on the K through 2, and then we're going to build from there. It's the same process as we talk about curriculum adoption and doing it in stages so that it's effective for all of our teachers. It's not everybody learning all at the same time. We can build that train the trainer model within there, and understanding that it might not be exactly the same that one year, but the ultimate goal and the plan and the schedule is already in place, that this will cycle through. So we all come to the point where we're learning and we get to that, the mastery. But sometimes it takes time, and we do have to stagger it a little bit. And as you look at our substitute teachers, we don't have enough to be able to do that all at once. So being able to stagger it. But I do agree that we need to get to that point. We just need to look at how can we quickly get to that point without it being too overwhelming.
I think another piece too is that we have to. I'm just gonna put it right here. Have to consider too is the gift of time as the years have gone by, and I agree it's been an ongoing issue. But as the years have gone by, you've had less and less planning time, less and less time for PLCs, less and less time to look at your data and really be able to examine it and see what you need to do. And yeah, everybody does get trained on the same curriculum, same methods, but you have 30 learners in your classroom. So the way the teachers need time to take that training and individualize it to their groups and the students. It's not a one-size-fits-all model, obviously, because we see the achievement gap. So I think giving them time to plan and to really look at things, and even team teach. Sometimes teacher schedules or school schedules don't even allow them to even team teach with their fifth grade partners or sixth grade partners or whatever it is. So I think really giving them the time, the tools, and also the flexibility to tweak those things that they've learned inside their classroom to differentiate for each of those students. Because you have 30 learners with probably 20 different types of learning and 20 different skill sets. So that one training does still need to be tweaked and turned into what is individualized for your classroom.
Perhaps the OCSCS model, where remember the teachers were raving about that period of time that they have to sit down with all the departments and they can have the training and they get to talk and discuss, and that was
collaboration time.
Yeah, the collaboration time that they said was super helpful, and they were able to discuss the students. And there was, at that school they did have, I'm not sure if they still implemented. Is it still one of the thing that's going on over there,
Yeah,
or did you guys change it?
Teachers have the one collaborative day based on
Right.
the material revision that we worked through over the summer.
Right,
If
yeah.
we're able to maintain
Yes.
it.
So that was that, they have that over there and they seem to love it and it's been working. And so maybe it's something, if we want to be good at this, instead of just throwing stuff at teachers and then saying, maybe it's some type of schedule we can do at all of our campuses so teachers have more time to collaborate with each other and to work on things. And just a thought.
I think you're talking about a couple different things. I think the conversation that you all are having is really looking at both the art and the science of teaching. I mean, there is a science to it, but there's also an art that a teacher brings to it. And both of those things are incredibly important to help meet the needs of all of the learners in their classroom. And you're right. I would tell you, after 35 years, I have adequate planning, said no teacher ever. I mean, the reality of that is we don't. In our schedule, we don't. There's never enough and if people had a significant amount of time to really dig into their data and to really develop a depth of understanding of their curriculum and their standards, certainly that just by logic would say we're better and better at mastering our craft. And so looking at that, I've begun having conversations, and I think one of the beauties of having moved around to different states is seeing the way different states approach the master schedule and how we approach, non-contact time, how we approach teacher professional development. We've already begun looking at and having conversations around, have we tried this? Could we try this? How do we free up enough time where we can invest in our educator skill set so that folks feel like they're adequately supported to meet the needs of the learners in their class every day? And then finally, I want to address what you spoke about with regard to looking at some of these data slides up there. Your point is the perfect one, which is we saw a heat map of grade levels just globally in our district. We can look at that in just our English learners. We can look at that in just our students who experience poverty. We can look at that with just our students who experience a disability. We can dig down school by school even in some of these pieces to really look at where are we getting it right? Where are we really succeeding? And then how do we go in and really look at those practices so that we can replicate those? And how do we look at other districts who may be getting results in specific pockets differently than we are, and how do we share with them what our successes are, and how do we learn from them what theirs are? Because that micro adjustments that need to be made is where we get to the level of achievement we're looking for.
Awesome. Anybody else? No? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, and now that brings us to our student board report. Ariana Mejia, are you ready?
Yes, I'm
Okay,
ready.
go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, President Buck, trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Kim. I'm excited to be here tonight to share recent updates from our comprehensive high schools and alternative campuses. Buena Vista Virtual Academy has once again been recognized as one of the top online schools in the nation in NISH 2026 rankings. According to NISH, BBVA earned a overall grade of A+ and is ranked number 5 best public online high school in America, number 2 best public online high school in California, number 7 best public K-12 school in California, and number 15 best high school teachers in California. Lastly, elementary students will present their holiday performance, followed by the PTA's Grinchmas Pancake Breakfast for both BVVA and Parkview families. El Camino has had the opportunity recently to recognize several students for their outstanding achievements in many ways. For instance, last week, 50 students received chocolate chip cookies and hot chocolate at break to thank them for their dedication to coming to school each day during the third marking period. Additionally, El Camino has started an honor roll program to recognize students who are excelling academically. For the first quarter, 16 students made honor roll, earning a 3.0 to 3.4 GPA. 21 students were awarded high honor roll designation for earning a 3.5 to 3.8 GPA. Finally, 9 students received principal's honor roll recognition for earning a 3.9 to 4.0 GPA. The EDHS choral program hosted their holiday show Tinsel on December 11 in the Performing Arts Center, while the El Dorado ASB program put on their winter rally on the same day. The highlight of the rally this year was the kindergarten classes from Brookhaven joining the Hawk's Nest to sing for all the Golden Hawks. Including the award-winning El Dorado Band is performing in the PAC tonight, December 16th. The music and Hawk Pride is a beautiful combination every year. Finally, although a lot of us get a winter break, the student athletes and coaches at El Dorado will be practicing competing as they all get ready for league play in January. On Thursday, December 11th, 120 students, Esperanza students, visited Ruby Drive to participate in their annual holiday exchange, a very cherished tradition. Esperanza students delivered gifts and in return were warmly welcomed with songs, cards, and crafts. Additionally, Esperanza's boys basketball team is off to an impressive 12-1 start and will face Yorba Linda High School this Thursday night in what is sure to be an exciting matchup. Finally, Esperanza's AP capstone students are deeply engaged in the research phase of their projects. Freshman career classes have completed interviews and resumes. ASL students spread holiday cheer by singing carols around campus, and Spanish classes are preparing for a celebration navideña after finals on December 17, where students will share tamales and agua fresca. George Key School is looking forward to the Sunrise Rotary and Key Holiday Luncheon and visit from Santa on December 12 at 10:30 in the George Key Courtyard. Venture Academy thanks the school and district staff who came out and supported the Venture Academy Holiday Boutique, which took place on December 2nd through December 4th. Venture students crafted many holiday items, including painted wooden nutcrackers, jewelry, Christmas ornaments, bookmarks, and many other gifts. Lastly, Santa's Cookie Shop, a musical presented by Venture students, will be performed tonight, December 16th at 6:30 at Esperanza High School. And Venture Choir will be caroling at the district office tomorrow, December 17th. A special thank you to Miss Carmen for her dedication to our Venture students. The Orange County Music and Arts Administrators have announced the 2026 Orange County Outstanding Arts Educators and the Orange County Music and Arts Award recipients. Congratulations to Valencia's very own choir director, Miss Megan Arthurton, who received a Distinguished Career Service Award. Also, congratulations to students Griffin Davis and Cassie Queen, who were selected to perform with Hugh Jackman Students Choir as a part of his Candlelight Masterclass. Lastly, last week, Valencia hosted their annual PIE teacher event to fundraise for their friends at Lot 318 in Placentia, which serves at-risk youth and their community through education and providing resources. The Yorba Linda High School Honors Civics students had an extraordinary opportunity recently as they delivered their research-based speeches at the Nixon Library. In preparation for this event, students engaged in extensive inquiry, analyzing historical sources, evaluating evidence, and developing informed conclusions that shaped the content of their presentations. Additionally, the Yorba Linda winter sports are in full swing with their victories, and their girls varsity soccer team is heading to Hawaii over winter break to play 3 games versus different high schools. Finally, congratulations to the Mustang Band and Guard on their Disneyland performance, and a special congratulations to Connor Heron on being invited to participate in the PCC Tournament of Roses Honor Band. You'll catch him on New Year's Day on TV. That concludes my board report today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariana, and this is your last night. You've done an amazing job in your term as our student board member.
Thank you.
And I would just, for advice and information for maybe the next student board member, can you share with us what your biggest takeaway has been, and what advice would you give to the next student board member?
Now that my time as a student board member has come to an end, I have had the opportunity to reflect on these past few months and truly appreciate this experience. One of my biggest takeaways is the collective effort it takes to make decisions that genuinely support students. I value and appreciate the thoughtful conversations that take place, knowing that decisions are made with students' best interests in mind. My advice for the incoming student board member would be to come in with an open mind, stay engaged, and not be afraid to speak up on behalf of all students.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I'm going to pass to Dr. Kim so we can recognize you as a full board.
Thank you, President Buck. Tonight we are going to take a moment to recognize and extend heartfelt thanks to Ariana Mejia, our outgoing student board member. Throughout this semester, Ariana has represented her schools and our district with professionalism, thoughtfulness, and genuine dedication. Her student reports were consistently thorough, her feedback was insightful, and her presence at our meeting was a bright spot. She brought the student voice to the table with clarity, confidence, and purpose, and we're grateful for your service. Ariana is set to graduate early next month as she wraps up her final weeks at El Camino Real High School. We want to congratulate her on this exciting milestone, and we wish her continued success as she begins the next chapter of her journey at Cypress College. Ariana, as a small token of our appreciation this evening, we're pleased to present you with a commemorative plaque in recognition of your service and your contributions. Please join us all in giving Ariana a well-deserved round of applause.
And if you all wanted to say something, feel free to jump in, and then we'll take a quick photo.
I am going to jump in because it's been important for me, and this is going to be very you're going to say, oh gosh. It's been very important to me that at every board meeting my nails are done, because I sit next to her and her nails are just like amazing all the time. So today I didn't have my nails done, and I'm happy to say that she doesn't either. But I asked her last board meeting, I said, oh my gosh, who does your nails? She says, I do my nails. So if you ever need a side hustle, I'll be your first customer. But honestly, like, it's been such a, so much fun sitting next to you, and your input and your enthusiasm has been so fun. And I have had a great time getting to know you, and I wish you so much luck and so much success.
It's been great getting to know you as well, and your genuine care you can tell for your school and your district is very apparent. And I'm excited to hear the things that you're doing at El Camino and what El Camino is doing as a school. And I'm just excited that you were able to represent your school and show us the wonderful things that are going on there. And I know you have a lot in your future you're going to accomplish, and that if this is just a jumping off point, you have a long way to go. So I'm very excited to see what you accomplish next and what you have down the road. Whatever it is, we're here to support you. If you ever need anything, don't be scared to reach out or give us a call. Congratulations.
Graduating early. Let's go. That's big stuff. I mean, just the fact that you took this on and you're graduating early means you can accomplish a lot in a very short amount of time. I don't think that there's any reason that you will not succeed beyond your wildest dreams and all that you do. So keep it going. It's been fun. And I have no idea about the nail thing, so I'll leave that to Leandra. But I'm sure side hustle, go for it.
I just wanted to thank you so much, Ariana, for coming and representing all the students throughout our district, and for being an example and representing your schools so amazingly. And I just know you're going to do wonderful things. And it was fun. I went to a career day at El Camino, and I sat in on a class that she was actually looking into. So I think you're in good hands. You know what you want. You know what you're going to do, and you're going to score huge on adulting. So thank you.
Thank you, Ariana, and thank you to the team at El Camino. What you are doing and highlighting students and making sure that every student from every school has a voice is incredibly important, because you all have different experiences, you have different input, and I'm thankful that you brought her forward, because she's been a gem. Please keep in touch, and we look forward to seeing what you're going to do next. Thank you. Yes, picture. Not only does Ariana have support from her high school, her middle school also sends support and love your way. Okay, so next, that brings us to our superintendent board report. Dr. Kim.
Thank you. Good evening, President Buck, trustees, and executive cabinet members. I want to start out by saying I am so genuinely grateful for the efforts of all of our employee groups and the way that they made sure to benefit our students who are less privileged in our community, supporting throughout the holidays. It has been so very touching to see. The generosity of our employees is truly remarkable. We appreciate their willingness to support our entire school district community during the holiday season and all year round. Each year, the Association of Placentia-Yorba Educators, known as APPLE, and the California School Employees Association, Chapter 293, known as CSEA, coordinate donations for PYL USD students and families in the district's McKinney-Vento program. McKinney-Vento is a nationwide program for students who are living in transitional situations, such as doubled or tripled up with families for economic reasons or living in homeless shelters, campgrounds, or cars. You may have noticed CSEA's annual sock tree, which has been on display outside the boardroom for a few weeks now. Employees from across the district were encouraged to purchase and donate new socks to hang on the tree, which will be given to PYL USD students and families in need at the end of next week. This year was no different, as Apple members adopted 33 PYL families to gift toys, clothing, and other necessities. Employees from 20 schools purchased and wrapped these items to help bring joy to dozens of children and their families this holiday season. And thank you to the Apple team for inviting me to come watch them be Santa Claus that day. It was a whole lot of fun to watch them hand out gifts. The Placentia-Yorba Unified Managers, known as Plum, hosted their annual holiday breakfast and toy drive on December 15th. The group of managers donated over 130 toys and gift cards to be distributed to the district's Title I schools. Lastly, I want to thank our board members for joining me in making our own Santa's workshop. Collectively, we adopted 9 families to give toys, clothing, and other necessities, so thank you all for your generosity as well. A special thanks also goes out to leadership teams in each of these groups for coordinating really thoughtful events. Thank you all. And I want to highlight something coming up that I'm really excited about, strategic planning. I know no one gets excited about strategic planning other than me, but I am looking forward to beginning our strategic plan work in January. To support this effort, I've invited a small team of former colleagues from 2 different states with specialized expertise in teaching and learning and student services to work alongside us for several days in January and February. Their insight and recommendations will be shared with all of you and will help build our priorities and action plans within the strategic plan. They're going to meet with district leaders, school leaders, and teachers to lean in, listen, and learn. I've also asked a trusted project manager who's worked with me in the past and has supported major district-level initiatives to partner with me in guiding this process. I want to be clear that no additional funds were allocated for this work. The supports are being funded through salary vacancy savings created by current leadership vacancies, allowing us to invest strategically without impacting our budget. I'm grateful that these leaders have agreed to come in and help us reflect on what's working well, where our strengths are, what our data says about our current priorities and work, and where and how we can get better. This work will be a critical foundation of our strategic plan, one rooted in listening, collaboration, and shared aspiration. In the new year, we're going to invite the voices of our students, our staff, our alumni, our families, and our community to help shape a clear and compelling vision for the future of PYL USD. Together, we'll reflect our strengths, thoughtfully examine our challenges, and define the profile of a PYL USD graduate. This strategic plan will be our North Star, guiding our goals and anchoring every decision we make as we move forward with intention, unity, and an unwavering commitment to student success. And finally, happy holidays. I want to wish everyone a restful, safe, and joyous holiday break. I hope this time provides an opportunity to slow down, recharge, and spend meaningful moments with family and loved ones, and frankly, those that just bring you joy. Thank you to all you do each day in service of our students and our community, and we look forward to welcoming everyone back in the new year refreshed and ready for all that's ahead. Enjoy your time and make good choices. That concludes my report this evening.
Thank you. So that now brings us to public comment. Public comment is an opportunity for the public to provide input to the Board of Education, and during the public comment period, board members will not dialogue with the speakers or make comments regarding the information shared, but we can direct the staff to connect with everybody afterward and make sure that we follow up. So we have 6 speakers wishing to speak tonight. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Thank you, Jeremy. And I'll call up the first 3, and then I'll call up the next 3. So Gloria Johnson, Jeremy Kelly, and Melissa Sampson. Will you come up first?
Hi, Gloria Johnson, Apple President. Because the holidays are upon us, I wanted to remind us about gratitude. This is not a naive statement. As the representative of your local teachers union, we know we're facing many challenges in PYL. I hear about them every day. And there's a lot of work to do. But we acknowledge that by working together, there is much we can accomplish. I personally am grateful for the support and respect I've received in this new position. I'm grateful for being offered a seat at the PYL table to contribute and not just be present. The work that happens in the classrooms is our purpose, and that's why we're all here. It makes sense to value the expertise and experience of our educators. I was recently reminded by an old friend that this is our vocation, not just a 9 to 5, a work of heart, if you will, and nowhere was this more evident than at Apple's annual Adopt a Family event last week. Shout out to Apple's own Sarah Hartman, Marquise Hawley, and Maria Alvarado at the Topaz Family Resource Center for their tireless devotion in organizing it all. The room that holds our rep council meetings was filled with presence, filled with gratitude, accompanied by wide eyes, gasps, and tears. This was covered, and it was an awesome sight to behold. To provide one moment in time for these families to know that someone cares about them, a moment when they can take a deep breath and smile amid their many, many troubles, was the best gift, and by far the best day of work I have had since I have become president. So on behalf of Apple, happy holidays, and we look forward to everything the new year promises. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Kim, Executive Cabinet, President Buck, and the rest of the Board of Trustees. My name is Jeremy Kelly. I'm a teacher at Yorba Linda Middle School. I've been in this district as a student from kindergarten all the way through. I was a special education aide. I did my student teaching in this district, and I've taught in this district for 17 years now. This district is in my blood. I want to wish everybody a happy holidays. As we make our way towards winter break, it's time to spend with friends and family and cherish the time we have with them. However, this isn't the case for all families. And unfortunately, there are some pretty startling statistics in regards to one of the most tragic events that one can deal with, and that's suicide. According to the CDC, suicide is the second leading cause of death for ages 10 to 14 and 25 to 34 in the U.S. According to the CDC, a person dies by suicide every 11 minutes in the United States. According to the National Institutes of Mental Health, twice as many people die from suicide as homicide in the United States. According to the National Institutes of Mental Health, 1 in 6 adolescents in the U.S. ages 12 to 17 experiences a major depressive episode. And according to Mental Health America, almost 60% of youth with major depression do not receive mental health treatment. However, according to the American Psychological Association, 80 to 90% of people who seek treatment for depression are treated successfully with therapy or medication. Over 20 years ago, a student in this district, Amber Craig, died by suicide. Her family decided to, in their heartbreak, try to help other students who might find themselves in a situation similar to their daughter, and they created the With Hope Amber Craig Memorial Foundation. For as long as I can remember, and since I've been a teacher in this district over 17 years ago, we've had an assembly for our 7th and 8th grade students with the With Hope Memorial Foundation. The last couple of years, they've pared that down a little bit. It went to just our 7th graders, but we still had that. We've always held it through social studies, which is what I teach. So this year when I asked my principal when that meeting was so I could fit it into my yearly calendar, I was informed that the district had decided to end their partnership with the foundation. They presented over 2,300 times, reaching over 350,000 students. These are the statistics they give, with over 92% of students reporting that they feel confident in taking steps after the presentation to help a friend who is exhibiting the warning signs of suicide. I've personally seen the positive impact this program has had on our middle students. Every student leaves with a card that provides information to help them if they need it. I have my own in my wallet. I've carried it, and I have used it for a family member. I still carry this card with me. Students get information that they absolutely need. I've walked students to the office, to our counselors after these sessions because they're able to recognize the warning signs in their friends, in their family, and in themselves. Lives have been saved by this program. I know that it's money and I know that budgets are tight, but for me, this is an expense that we cannot afford to give up. This literally saves lives. There are students that are alive today because of this program. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Missy Sampson, and I'm a former PYL employee with 20 years of service and have been a longtime member of this community. I formerly worked in student services with Tom Craik, and on the eve of his funeral, I wanted to speak tonight in remembrance of him. Tom Craik served for decades as a crisis coordinator, supporting students, staff, and administrators during some of the most difficult moments. When people were in crisis, overwhelmed, or grieving, Tom showed up. No matter the time or place, he followed up, checked in, held our hands, and most importantly, cared deeply for all the people he served. Tom was an intellectual, passionate, and deeply principled man. At times, that passion was intense, but it always came from a place of integrity and genuine advocacy for others. His intentions were good, his commitment unwavering, and his sense of responsibility to this district and its people was unmatched. In the fall of 23, Tom was placed on administrative leave, followed shortly by Richard McAlinden, a decision that deeply hurt both men and wrongly pushed them out of an organization to which they had years of commitment. What followed was a period shaped by some self-serving agendas and lack of safeguards and human resources to protect people. Some people chose to leave, some were forced out or resigned, and others felt that they had to keep their heads down just to remain. In that kind of environment, speaking up against injustice carried real risk. But you know what? Tom would have spoke up anyway. That is what is so hard. For those of us who knew Tom, there is a painful gap between the support he gave so freely and what he did not receive for these past 2 years. For that, I'm profoundly sorry. He deserved better. Today, this district is in a period of change. As I look to the left of the dais, there are so many empty seats and so much change. Only one remains from that time. I will simply say environments like the one that failed Tom and so many other good people did not take root or persist without leadership that allows them. With the new superintendent, I'm hearing a renewed sense of hope that PYL can move forward with the integrity and ethical grounding it once held in such high esteem. What was done cannot be undone, but how we choose to move forward and who we choose to entrust with leadership matters deeply. For me, honoring Tom means choosing to be braver. It means choosing integrity, even when it is difficult, and leading with the same care and courage he consistently modeled. I will always regret that I was not able to stand up for him publicly while he was alive. Still, I hope his legacy at PYL lives on in how we treat one another, how we support one another, and in the moments that matter most, how we stand up for each other. I will miss him deeply. He was so good to me, and he was so good to PYL. May we all remember him for his compassion, dedication, and humanity that he gave so freely. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next three speakers for Ida Abbeys, Holly Peach, and Marita Lupita Steps.
Good evening. My name is Farida Abbas, and I'm a senior at Esperanza High School. Over the past 4 years, I have been deeply involved in my school community through participation in multiple sports, clubs, and advanced placement courses, along with being a committed member of our advanced choir. I recently had the honor of performing for many of you on Monday, an experience that reflects my passion I hold very close to my heart, and one that may now be taken away from me due to recent decisions. On Saturday evening, I learned through a friend, not through the school or my district, that I would no longer be enrolled in second period AP Literature class due to staffing allocations. This news was both shocking and confusing, especially as it came during my finals week and students had received no prior communication beforehand whatsoever, and at no point were students informed that these changes were even being considered. When I attempted to seek clarity, I was met with silence. Teachers were instructed not to share information, and my request to meet with the principal was canceled with an explanation that I needed to consult my counselor. However, I already had done so. Students deserve transparency, particularly when decisions are directly impacting their education. Being told you'll find out Friday through a counselor or being denied meetings altogether creates the impression that critical information is being deliberately withheld. This lack of communication is not only disheartening, it's deceptive. Students like myself are now forced into impossible choices to drop courses we have invested significant time and effort into, or taking an online class that requires near total self-study. We are being penalized for striving to challenge ourselves academically and make the most out of our education. While I understand that Esperanza is one of the smaller schools in the district, that does not diminish the fact that there's students in those classrooms. Students who are eager to learn and pursue advanced coursework And this is also not the first time Esperanza has been disproportionately affected. The district has also eliminated our French program, our German program, teacher pathway, film pathway, math tutoring, and even a portion of our campus. Cuts that other high schools in our district have not experienced to the same extent. We're not numbers, we are students with goals, passions, and futures. We should not be facing these consequences of poor financial management simply because we want to be well-rounded, driven individuals. The emotional impact of these decisions is compounded by the lack of honesty and timely communication. I urge the district to reconsider this decision and allow Esperanza to retain our second period AP Literature and fifth period AP Language Arts because these classes are not expandable. They are essential to students who rely on them for academic growth and future opportunities, and students were assured these classes at the beginning of the year, and it's unacceptable for them to be promised then taken away without transparency or student input. These decisions affect real lives and real futures, and students deserve a voice in matters that directly impact their education. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening. My name is Holly Peach, and I am the ELD teacher at Esperanza High School. I want to take a moment to speak about the critical need for an ELD coordinator, especially in light of recent changes. This year, the ELD coordinator period was removed from a few high schools, yet it remains unclear where that decision was made, whether it was a district-level decision, an individual administrative decision, or a site principal decision. I was at a department meeting and it was announced that we had $21,000 we had to spend, and I was told it would be easy to justify spending for ELD. I'm not sure, but this made me wonder if the money was available because the coordinator period was discontinued. Hang on just a second. I hope I'm wrong. What is clear, however, is the impact that not having a coordinator at each site will have on our students. Currently, only one of our high schools has a coordinator period, while 3 do not, creating an inequitable level of support across campuses. Our English learners have so much untapped potential, but without intentional monitoring and advocacy, that potential often goes unrealized. I have been told that the counselors will now be monitoring, helping to monitor. The counselors were surprised to hear this. Needless to say, students need to be regularly monitored, encouraged, and guided through their language development journey. Grades must be closely watched so struggles are addressed early before students disengage or fall behind. An ELD coordinator also ensures that parents are informed and supported, particularly around LPAC testing, what it is, why it matters, and how it impacts reclassification and graduation pathways. Without clear communication, families are sometimes left confused and students are disadvantaged. An ELD coordinator identifies barriers, connects students to support, collaborates with teachers, and ensures accountability. I recently collaborated with many teachers to ensure that Esperanza completed all monitoring on time. I think we may have been the only high school that was completed on time fully. Without this position, we risk overlooking students who are capable, motivated, and ready to succeed if given the right support. Restoring and standardizing the ELD coordinator period across all high schools is an issue of equity, access, and student success. Our English learners bring resilience, talent, and promise to our campuses. It is our responsibility to ensure that their potential does not go untapped. Thank you for your time and consideration. I have the time, the ability, and the enthusiasm to fulfill this role. Please reinstate the coordinator period. We are the link between teachers and students. Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Lupita Stubbs. Nice to meet you, Dr. LeBlanc, and welcome. Again, first of all, I want to wish every one of you in here and on the dais, Merry Christmas to you all and Happy Holy Days. I wanted to start with saying how glad I was to hear that there's going to be some caroling and some Las Posadas from your report, Ariana. That's really great to hear. I also want to congratulate to whoever put up the Christmas tree again out there. I love the ornaments. I really, truly think it's a great cause over there. This in contrast with the following events that I'm about to describe to you that I've experienced and witnessed myself over here in our schools. One of them is that is the third year in a row that I witnessed and I experienced PTA banning Santa-shaped cookies, stocking-shaped cookies, Christmas tree cookies, or any crafts for that matter that have any resemblance of motive of Christmas. They're just not on point, and everybody wants to keep it at snowflakes and snowmen to be on point, precisely their words. The other aspect of this that I want to share with you tonight is about teachers asking kids to write about when did you find out that Santa was not real? So a prompt given in one of our schools this year and also last year, a teacher saying it's just like when you still think Santa is real. So that nobody told to me, I've experienced it. So can we please just remind our staffs and administrators that that is not okay. We don't make those kind of questions. We don't go against parents' beliefs instilled in those kids. The last but not least, multiple violations of the parental notification 6164.3, where very, very, very serious incidents have happened to kids and parents were not called. They were not notified. The parents found out through other parents. That's how the kids crying, or the parents found out upon pickup. And so I'm talking about major medical emergencies like a seizure where the ambulance wasn't called and certainly the parent wasn't called. When the parent arrived, the parents themselves had a panic attack, and that's when the ambulance was called. Another one, a kid in lower grade, a kid was hit multiple times in the bathroom. And again, the parent wasn't called. Parent found out and was told verbally, oh yeah, this happened, this and that. So other ones, Mr. Gordillo over here is very well aware of this. And so none of that is coming up in the recaps from the principals. And so we do have a parental notification, and we just want to make sure that, Dr. LeBlanc, these are our children. We hear about suicide, we hear about those things. I hope the parents are the first phone call that comes out of those situations when somebody observes something's off with the kids, and especially when incidents happen. Thank you again. Merry Christmas.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on now to our general functions. Okay, so our first general function is an action item to approve the 26-27 school year. Need a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2026-27 school calendar.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Anderson and second by Mrs. Quintero. Any comments, questions?
I have a I have a lot of questions. Obviously, this is still an extremely hot topic, and I guess my question is to Mrs. Anderson is, how did this get on to the agenda again? Because in 2022, we did the semester thing, or was it 2023? Was last year 2020? Yeah. So we decided to try to meet in the middle, push the semesters, because the concern was, kids are taking finals after winter break. And so we made those adjustments and everything was okay. And then all of a sudden this was just brought forward again. And so why was this brought forward? How did it make it to the agenda? What's the circumstances behind all of this?
We received an email.
Who's we?
Or I guess I did.
Okay.
Received an email requesting this to be put on the agenda. As per our bylaws, that community members can place items on the agenda. And they just have to give us 10-day notice, just like us. That is our rule, and that is within our jurisdiction. So the request came, I believe, March or April. I'm not exactly sure, but that we had very full agendas. So we pushed it. It was supposed to be on the June agenda. It wasn't. We pushed it because, again, full agenda. It was agendized in July, August, September. It was all on the agenda those months, and we discussed it as a board. In October, it was also discussed, and in November. I researched and looked up those dates. This has been a reoccurring issue where multiple people have come to the board, teachers, talking about the inequity of the semesters and the problems that it's causing. So that is how it came to be on the agenda.
Okay, because I was just curious, because I've asked for several things to be put on the agenda, and you refused to do so. You guys even had a Brown Act violation for refusing to put things on the agenda. So I was just curious.
That is not true.
It actually is, because it was cured in May when you finally did put on the agenda after you refused to do it in April.
Because you had
a
full
Brown Act
agendas.
violation.
It is up to the
by
discretion
Mussolino.
of the superintendent
Thank
and
you,
the
Carrie.
board president when
Thank
to
you,
put it
Carrie.
on the agenda,
The
but not that
discretion.
it doesn't. But it fits within the
However,
agenda, which
okay,
is just what
can I
Maryland.
continue
It's
with the
just
Brown
what-
Act
no,
viola-
it's
let me
just what
continue.
Excuse me. It's just what
Excuse-
Maryland
no,
said.
excuse me.
That it was put
I'm
on
not
there
done.
and
I'm not
discussed.
done yet. You had a Brown Act violation because Mussolino contacted 3 board members and did not want to put the men and women's sports on the agenda. You had a Brown Act violation for refusing to put on the agenda because he pulled the board, and it was cured in May. I asked for Prop 50 to be put onto the agenda. I refused to put on the agenda. So we've had a lot of things that we've been asking to put on the agenda, and it's not been put on the agenda. So that's why we're all curious here, because the 4 of us allegedly didn't know anything about it being placed on the agenda. So I'm just asking what the origins are of putting this on, especially when it was just done in 2024, because the community would like to know. All of a sudden it disappears. There's no vote on this. It's just this discussion, and suddenly it's just being moved. And would love to know. That's why we're just asking for the background. There's no need to get upset about it. I mean, just because we didn't do a study session with Todd Robbins for potential Brown Act violation for you guys, like was done to us, doesn't mean that the
We
community
didn't have a
can't
Brown
know.
Act violation.
You did, and it was cured. And I have the email from Todd Robbins. Yes, you did.
No.
Yes, you did. It was cured in May when you had to put it on the agenda. Yes, it was. So my concern is this, and I'm going to vote no on this again tonight. It's because the 26 to 27 school year, it's 6 months, 6 months away for our athletes. So we're going to graduate in 6 months, and then in July our athletes are going to come back. They're going to have their 2-week dead period, and then this is really going to affect people's vacations. It's going to affect our secretaries, our high school, or, a lot of our secretaries. They're going to have shorter vacations. We have families who've already made these decisions, and they've booked vacations. A lot of people have wanted to take advantage of that. We do start later. And so when everyone goes back to school in that first or second week of August, they make their vacations, for those last weeks. So people have already said, we're not coming to school. You will lose 2 weeks of ADA. It's been estimated that we will actually spend an extra $3 million in electricity bills by starting 2 weeks earlier. So I'm not opposed to moving the school calendar, but I think it would be respectful for our parents, for our students, for our staff, and for everyone to leave the 26-27 school calendar as is with the original start date, and then we need to go back and we need to push it off into the 27-28. And then if we're going to start talking about that, because it sounds like people are actually, there's more people that are upset about this than are happy about this. But it also seems like if we were to do it the way that we originally had talked about doing it, and we go, okay, we're going to stagger it a week back, 1 week back the first year, and then the second week we'll go back the second year, instead of just, boom, we're doing this all now. I mean, we have teachers who are saying, I'm not going to teach summer school. We have aides that are complaining about this. I mean, it just kind of was pushed off, and I think because it was done so poorly, and it was done with, even when we were looking at the surveys are from like 2022, when it was done by Mike Matthews, and we all agreed as a board that survey sucked. Like, the community said it sucked. Everybody said that it didn't give you a lot of choices, and it was a very, very poor survey. So I think if we're going to do this correctly, leave the calendar as is for this year. Just let it go. Original start date, the late week in August. We have Dr. Kim here. Let her do a survey, which will be good for our community, and they can actually feel like they have a voice. Let us look at that data. and then say, okay, 27, 28, here we go. This is when we're going to start to move it, and give parents and give our staff and give teachers the opportunity to be able to plan. That's a year and a half away now. They're looking at a start date. Okay, I'm a year and a half out. This is going to happen, versus in 6 months where people are so upset with us, they say, we don't care, we're just not going to go to attend school. And so that's where I am with this, and I've had so many people upset about this. We already are losing kids. In the last year, we've lost over, 400 or 500 kids? I mean, we just can't lose any more trust from our community, and we need to be doing things right, and that's respectful of people's time, of people's vacation plans. People are going into homeschools now because, I mean, look at this whole thing. People value their vacation time. They value their family time. This is a time that our parents and our staff and our students, they value this time. So it's not going to do any harm to just keep what our plans were for the 26-27 school year and then start the following year. So I'm just going to state my piece. I'm stating that my constituents are asking for that, and that's my argument for tonight.
I have some questions about logistics. You've done transition before at a very high level. One of the reasons why we brought you here. And I think probably the biggest problem with this calendar has been the communication, period. Full stop. What would be the what would it look like logistically for us to postpone this to the 27-28 school year and be able to start the communications early so that people can prepare for that? Because constituents are upset. There's a growing concern about the calendar, and I think probably because the way the communication's been handled. In your experience, what would the logistics look like if we were to theoretically push the 26-27 calendar back to aligning with this school year, and then moving forward, what would that look like to change 27-28?
I would tell you, first of all, building the calendar for 27-28, 28-29, 29-30 is going to happen no matter what we do tonight. That's we need to do that work. And as I think, stated in our previous meeting, my process for having done this, I'm going to first start by saying I have never met anybody who loves the calendar and wants to do it. let me start by saying that. It is hard to get to everyone. And while, yes, you guys have heard from people, and I get it, there are people who are very passionately upset about this. There are also people on the other side that are not contacting us, and the survey data that we do have did very clearly say like that it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, 50-50, 60-40, back and forth. And so I would say, I would at least put in the room, I don't have a horse in the race, so it doesn't matter to me. I wasn't here when you guys went through this process, but I want to say that whichever way you go, you're not going to have people happy with it. So you have to decide which way you're going to land. I would say in going through the process of doing the 27-28, 28-29, 29-30, we will do a survey, to your point. That survey will be live. And what that means is you use survey tools that allow people, anybody that does the survey gets a chance to see how many people have answered it and what is the breakdown. So that folks understand when it's finally done, you can see, no, really, 75% of people wanted this, or only 50-50, and the district's in an odd position, and they're going to have to flip the coin and make a decision, one way or the other. So that's going to happen. And then, honestly, we will ask questions that give us the opportunity to see the will of the community in terms of, do you want to start before or after Labor Day? Do you want to start, do you want to end before or after Memorial Day? Because that's going to determine how that lays out. Do you want a spring break that's in March or in April? Do you want 2 full weeks at winter break? Do you want them to come mostly before Christmas and have little time after, or do you want us to go to school right up to Christmas so you have the time after? I mean, there are questions like that you ask so that you can build it. And then with that data, a committee of about 10 to 12 people get in a room and build out those calendars. And then from there, that committee brings to you as the board, this is our recommendation as a committee, and here's why. Here's what the data is that we studied, here's how we built this calendar, here's what we're proposing to you, and then you guys adopt it. So that's the process that I proposed to you last month that I believe will at least, even if I cannot promise you that everybody's going to love it, I just know that now, but what I can tell you is that people will see the transparency in how people responded, provided they do respond to the questions, and usually people will if they can see the data and they know they have a vested interest in when we start the school year. And then from there, you still will be in this position, again, making a decision, do you support the calendar that they're proposing? I don't think I answered your question, sorry.
Well,
No, you did. No, you answered my question perfectly because you laid out what the process would be. The process to get the calendar that we have has been, we talked about it a few times. Yolanda did a lot of work on it. I don't want to discredit any of the work Yolanda did. She did an amazing amount of work. And I think for what we were given, it was a great solution. But what you just laid out was a lot of community involvement, a lot of transparency, and a lot of communication, which there were not hardly any of those things in the way that it went this time. So then let me ask you this follow-up question. If we are to revert the calendar, at least we don't accept this calendar, we make a 26-27 calendar that's more similar to this year, would that be a better solution in case the change for 27-28 is maybe only a 5-day earlier start or a 3-day earlier, as opposed to going backwards from what we changed that's drastic for 26-27?
I guess, Kim, can I jump in too? Like, I'm looking here. So if we were to do this calendar tonight, and you're talking about like the 26-27 school year, we would start on August 13th. But then when you're talking about going into 27-28, you're saying that like you could have that discussion with people about like, do you want to start after Labor Day? So like technically we'd be pushing dates forward. We could be doing all kinds of different things based on that survey. So that's what my contention is that we hold, and like our normal start date would probably be around like August 20 something, whatever it is. So do we just let the calendar just go, and then you do that work for the next 3 years, and we say, okay, like what do we want to do? Do we want to start before Labor Day? Like, or those questions, and we just handle it. Because what happens if our surveys come back skewed and we start people, then we're starting people like August 13th, but then the next year, we're starting them 5 days later.
Yeah, that's my question.
Makes sense.
If we change it and then change it,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if
that's kind of my issue. So that's why I'm saying, why don't we just hold steady on what our calendar would be, and so there's really no effect, and let's just do it correctly for the 27-28 and on.
Tricia, please go ahead.
Oh, thanks. The way I see it too is that unfortunately the calendar has been a victim of circumstances, as many things this last year. This all should have been, I know we're referencing start dates, but we didn't have a start date for 26-27. We had no calendar for 26-27, and all this process should have been started in August or September of 2024, because we knew then we did not have a calendar for 26-27. So through everything, I mean, like I said, somehow fell through the cracks, whatever it may be. My question is, and it stinks all around, I agree, the shortness of time puts a crunch on it. But my question would be, have we looked at, like between the school years, if we do to change it to August 13th, is there sufficient time, and has it been looked at of sufficient time for cleaning the schools, maintenance, like secretaries, vacations, and things like that, who work 11 months rather than the 10 of a teacher, and how has that been taken under account?
I would say anytime you're going to change the calendar, you're going to change the number of days that first year that we have, wherever it's going to be. So whether you do that now or whether you do that a year from now, it's still going to be, whatever year you change it, it's going to have an impact on the employees one way or the other if it's going to get changed. And that's assuming it's going to get, if it doesn't and folks say, no, we love it the way it is, but I'm going to assume that the reason why we continue to have this Groundhog Day conversation is that, if there was a obvious path forward, you all would have taken it, staff would have taken it. With leadership transition and all of those things, part of the reason why people sort of got to the analysis paralysis point is that you've got so many people on both sides of this issue that feel so passionately about it. What I heard in our meeting when we all met was that, it was interesting because we had elementary teachers in the room and we had secondary teachers in the room, and they had the dialogue and discussion with each other. Coming in, it doesn't matter. I worked 12 months out of the year. So I was like, okay, what do you guys want? And what was interesting about that was folks going back and forth in the discussion about, well, I have, this happens for us in terms of sports and all of our activities and our kids having to start early. Well, then we have, this on the back end. And the give and take and the willingness to listen to one another was a really important part of that process. And as they looked at it, trying to figure out when they moved the dates on the calendar, the hard part about it, if you've never done calendar before, is the number of days that the state requires of you. And then on top of it, beyond the number of days that you have to figure out where the semesters lay out, in terms of balance. And then from there, where it got really interesting, because the group asked, well, can we just move 3 or 4 days or 5 days? Well, the way that the calendar works for 26-27, if you do that, then you have students and staff coming back for 1 or 2 days after Memorial Day. And folks looked at us like, are kids really going to come back for the Tuesday after Memorial Day as their last day? Or are teachers going to come back for the Wednesday? And so folks had a real conversation about figuring out how it lays out. Some years are really just hard. They don't lay out quite right. And so where it seemed like a reasonable, well, let's just not move it by a week and a half, let's just move it by 4 days, and then we'll move it the next year a few more. But the way the calendar lays out, it would really make it awkward at the end of the school year, and we would have an impact on student days and adult days in that process. And so that's where we all kind of looked at each other and went, this is going to stink either way, isn't it? Okay, let's try to figure this out. What's the best place? And so what we brought you was literally after 2 hours of discussion and figuring out and trying to move the pieces. And I would argue 7 really smart people in the room trying to figure that out. So if there was a really good answer, they would have come up with it. If there was a really good obvious answer, you would have come up with it at this point. But your point is a good one, that when you move it, if we turn around and ask people, do you want to go back, then it's going to feel a little bit like back and forth. And we have to accept that that's a risk if we really are going to ask people, how do you want it? The willingness to say, we'll go back if people really hate it, has to be in the mix, or else we don't ask that question. Does that make sense?
Do you think it's worth then making the change with that being a risk, as opposed to holding course and doing it the correct way?
I would say if you change it, your risk is if people say we liked it better the other way and we have to go back, then it's going to feel like we've flip-flopped back and forth. That's a risk that we have to take if we're going to go ahead. Because the reason why you went to the week or week and a half, my understanding was, A, to try to balance out semesters, B, to try to give students, especially in high school, to lessen or minimize the inequities of having so many fewer days in that first semester. For students who are taking semester AP classes, that's a distinct disadvantage for those students over the ones that are taking it in the spring. And they need to be able to do it in both ways. And then from what I understand from the conversations we had were the student athlete conversations around students having to start so much earlier that they lose so much of their summer. That was the conversation and that teachers engaged in. And again, it still goes back to the which way do you want it. If we're changing things to improve the balance for our high school kids, going ahead and changing it is the right decision. If the decision is to say we don't want to impact and disrupt making a big change for our community, then you leave it alone. And I didn't answer your question, sorry.
I think the whole thing is what we're just trying to say is we're not opposed to doing it correctly, and if it needs to change in the 27-28 school year when we start that 3-year process, then that's fine. But what we're saying right now is there's a lot of people who are they're okay with the change, but they said, look, we already have plans. Like there's the 2-week dead period. People looked at the end of the school year, right, as it is, they know that there's a 2-week dead period for CIF. People anticipate the camps. And I mean, really with the high school athletes, the people who are impacted are the fall sports. I mean, once my kids were in high school, they were all fall sports. So we understood that we had the 2 weeks to take our vacation, and then basically it was done with. And so I think that there's that understanding, but then you also have the winter sports and the spring sports whose camps are now being affected. They want to attend because they want to be able to play. And so that's just my thought is can we just keep it what our original start date would have been, which was comparable to the 25, 26 or 20, and then do it correctly, and then sit down and then work it out for 27, 28, 28, 29, and go that way. Like is leaving is like almost just holding and say, we're not going to rush this. We're not going to do this right now. Can we just leave it this way? And then we'll take action. We'll do the surveys correctly. We'll do whatever needs to be done appropriately. Because we will all admit as a board, those surveys that they sent to the community, like I got one because I had kids in this, school district. It sucked. I was looking at it and there were so many complaints about the survey because it didn't really give any of the choices. It was either you have this or you have that. That was it. And so the parents, were upset. And so I'm just trying to think of the secretary. I'm trying to think of all the people that are going to be affected with that. And is it worth it if we can just, hold off another year and then go?
My next question is, I know 26, 27's a really wonky year because Labor Day is late. So technically, we wouldn't even be starting the week we usually do. We'd probably start the week before that. So it was going to probably change by a week, correct? Because it would have been like September 3rd starting when we usually start at the end of August.
Okay.
So,
I think you're
looking
right.
at the dates,
I
it would have been
you are
pushed
right
back
in that
a
it
week
is later.
anyways.
Yeah.
It would have been pushed back a week anyways, our start date technically, if we were looking at Labor Day.
Okay. Yeah,
Right,
Labor Day
so-
is later this
Mhm.
coming year. This year,
It's
I guess.
just a really
yeah.
weird year to to look at.
Dr. Cape, can you give us like a little historical background on the calendar of no she did some research about how it's never come to the board for a vote and how it ended on the agenda tonight.
My understanding, again, in my 2.5 months of wisdom in this process, but yes, when I got here, one of the questions I asked Yolanda Mendoza was, where are we with the calendar? And she had done, Todd, to your point, she had done a considerable amount of work. She had gathered the data, the survey data that, I don't know, 23, 22, 23. She had that data. My understanding is that she built out a model. She shared it with leadership of our associations, asking them for feedback. I think our CSEA folks did a survey as well. Long story short, she had data, she put it all together. She came back and said, based on all the feedback that I have, here's the proposed calendar based on what we have. Then she shared that with you all. I would say my involvement when I got it in front of me, because I asked the question, who gets to make the decision on this piece? Because different states do it differently. Some states have a statute that the board has to take action. Some, it can be the designation of the superintendent. In our district, it so happens that the last 2 calendars were decided by the superintendent, and it was shared with you all, because we went back and looked at that. It was not something that you all decided at the dais.
We never voted.
You may have had feedback on it, but it was decided ultimately.
We had feedback, but we didn't vote because
didn't vote on it,
historically we've
correct.
never voted on it. It was informational.
Right.
Just like it's not approved or it's not sent through for with our associations. They don't have to approve it or not. It really comes down to what the staff is sharing and what the superintendent is giving us.
So, and we never had consensus on the calendar. It was just
Okay, without violating closed session, I disagree with you 100%
Okay.
about the last time that we spoke in closed session. I disagree with you 100% because I remember this completely different.
yeah. I disagree too
So
with you.
So let me finish.
That's
'cause
just our recollections.
the question that you asked, then I think Yolanda made the assumption that associations were actively asking employees for feedback, and they provided their own feedback. It was a communication glitch between the two, honestly. And so when I asked a more specific question, we realized that what feedback we had was from a small group of people, not from a large group of people. So that's when I asked permission to bring together representation from both associations in a room and try to look at what Yolanda had put together based on the feedback and the survey data that she did have. Long story short, once that we kind of worked through that, I brought you back what recommendations of minor change and tweak that the group did come up with that felt at least a little bit better, which was not coming back on a Friday even that much earlier in the month of August. Long story short, I brought it back to you all. I explained to you kind of what the conversation was among the people that I met with, the 7, 8 folks, including folks that are in this room tonight, and said, I'm going to push it out if you guys are good with it, if you're ready to go, because we've gotten as much as we can get at this point in time, and we're getting significant feedback, not about the calendar, but about we need to know one way or the other. And so we did say, I think at the end of maybe the October meeting, that we would get it out by Thanksgiving, if I remember right. And so at the November meeting, I asked you guys, can I get this out? And I think there were at least 3 of you that said, yes, go ahead. 2 of you said, I'm worried about changing it. And so we went ahead and put it out because we were trying to get it out to everybody as folks said to go. Is that helpful?
And also, to be clear, it wasn't a vote. It was a discussion.
Correct.
And how we felt about it.
And I
what
think
we agreed with.
Feedback that we all got was people who maybe went back and listened to the board meeting and or watched it in one way, shape, or form or another weren't sure, like, did you vote? Did you not? And so folks were asking the question of clarity, going, did I make the decision? Did you guys make the decision? Wasn't it? So I think it got brought back up here so that you all could be clear, community-wise, to say, do you want us to move forward with this one or don't you? And like I said, my horse isn't in this race, so you guys have to decide. I did a abbreviated process that we had time to do for the getting it out to folks. But yes, the next process, you now know what I intend to do with it.
Can I also just ask a question about, now that people are likely have had, some people have already booked trips and have planned things, and I've gotten questions about, I already have a trip planned, I'm going to miss the first week of school. We have taken that into account, and there should be no penalties if this moves forward and that occurs. Could you maybe talk a little bit more about that?
When people have reached out to me and said that, I mean, I've said the same thing that I would have said to a family in the state of Colorado that said, I'm not coming to school and you didn't call a snow day. You need to make the choice that's in the best interest of your family. You need to do what you decided, and we'll honor and we'll respect that. And we realize that with a change, that may impact some people because of where we are right now. And we're going to have to honor and respect that and move forward. If that is the decision that we make, we can make that happen. We will figure it out for people, and people should take the trips that they have planned. And we'll keep going.
And I've heard, actually, for a positive spin on it, I've actually heard some great feedback, and people are happy it's changed because of summer camps and daycare and people who are in, regular everyday 9-to-5 jobs, that it's hard in August to find childcare for their kids or a camp for them to go to because most of them are closed because we're one of the only districts who starts later. So I've heard positive feedback on the other side as well of, having that opportunity to have them start sooner and not having to worry about them. What am I going to do for this next 2 weeks with my student because I don't know where to put them. So I've heard it on that side.
I'm sorry. Are you saying that the teachers and the secretaries and the staff, that they get unexcused absences from work? Because I think that that's what some teachers are saying is, hey, we have vacations. People are saying we have vacation plans,
Not
and
parents,
we weren't
staff.
anticipating coming to work. And so, what are we going to do with all of our employees who weren't anticipating working during this time?
I think we'll have to figure that out, but the reality of that is if somebody's going to miss, they're going to take leave in some way, shape, or form. That may mean that we have to let people use their sick leave for that, because normally teachers don't have vacation leave typically. Do you know what I mean? And so we may have to figure some of that out. We have to problem solve if we're going to do this. If we're going to move forward with this, we need to be reasonable in how we accommodate that for that 1 year, because that's where we are. As far as students go, we'll have to figure that out, and we can work with students with, if you're going to take the trip, take the trip. We'll figure it out.
And the reality is, no matter when we do this, if there's a significant change, these issues are going to come up, period.
My thing is I understand the issues are going to come up. I just think that when people are anticipating a certain thing and they've made their vacations and stuff, I mean, people probably aren't making vacations a year and a half out, but they are making vacations 6 months out. Like I was telling someone, I said, I completely understand, because I would look at the camps. I would look at when the last thing, I knew I had 2 weeks. And so in those 2 week time, that was when our vacation was. And then I knew that we were pretty much, weekends and, long weekends and stuff if we wanted to do any vacations further in the summer. So I understand that. But I also sympathize with people when, they have that vacation or I have this time and things are already scheduled and planned. So I just think it's different when you're talking about 6 months versus, okay, this is a year and a half. You have a year and a half now to plan.
Yeah. I respect that people do plan out probably further ahead than I do. That's okay. I respect that.
I don't plan out that far anymore, but
I know this is going to affect a lot of people, but going back to our data that we just looked at, also we have to consider that 45% of our population is low socioeconomic status, who probably are not planning vacations. I love my vacation, don't get me wrong, but a lot of people don't always plan an annual vacation, and so we have to really look at the majority of who this is affecting. And by looking at that 45%, I would have to argue, and like I said, I hate to say it, but argue that that's not the majority of the district. Just as a flip side, just being a
And I would say it. I mean, student-wise, is going to be a much lower number. In general, of kids, like if 5% of the student population misses the first 4 days, that turns into a big number. But in the scheme of the big picture, at some point, there's going to be a problem. My concern would be more of the staff missing and those issues. But if we can commit to accommodating those situations, because the reality of that is we don't have any numbers, but the reality of that is it's going to be it's going to be a very small minority that really have plans in place that can't be changed, I would assume. So as long as we're committing to work with those people that are like, hey, I can't change it, we have to do something about that. So
I, when we talked about it last month, I was at that point where I thought it was too much and we had jumped too far ahead. But at that time, we were rolling with putting the calendar out. We had reached a consensus, and at that point, I said I will support the majority of the board and whatever that is. I think pulling it back now, a month later, it's an additional flip-flop. Now people that we've posted the calendar, that were waiting for us to post the calendar, they went ahead and did all of their planning because it was there. So now if we bump it again, then we're going to have just a different group of people that are going to be upset about that. And since this was put out, even though at the last meeting I said I would support the board, but I didn't really love it. I still don't love it. I do think it's really important for the semester break. The whole motivation for me to even consider changing a calendar was because I wanted high school students to be able to have their break at the holidays and be able to do that and not have to do homework. So that unfortunately had some collateral effects with the unbalanced semesters, and that's something that we need to correct because that is still a problem. So it's problems all around it. I really am appreciative of the 3-year plan and the detail that you outlaid into who's going to be involved, how many people we're going to try to get feedback from, a whole process going out multiple years so people can project. This is just a kind of a mess, but we need to make some sort of decision, and I'm ready to make that decision, or the rest of you. Yes? Okay, so let's call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed?
No.
Student board member? Aye. So that is 4-1 with a student board member aye.
I would also like to add to your process this next time. Could you add, I don't know when you're going to start asking the questions, I would assume it's probably pretty soon, but maybe after the start of the new calendar, how many people loved it or hated it, just in general? Like, when we do... Yeah, but I'm saying like after we've started the school year next year, to be like, okay, how was the transition actually? We have all these ideas of how terrible it's going to be or how great it's going to be, but when it comes down to it, on September 15th,
right,
and you've gone through the transition, how did it actually work?
I think I shared with you at one point in my previous district, we changed start times and end times to be more developmentally appropriate because we had some real challenges with what we had. And after students had been in school for a trimester, then we asked the question, did people get it, did they adjust to it, that kind of thing? So we can kind of take that same methodology. Yeah.
I think it's going to be interesting what the following June is going to look like, because we're not going to be in school at all. Okay, so with that, we've made the decision on that. I'm going to call for a 10-minute break, and we'll come back at 5 minutes to 9. All right, thank you everybody for joining us and rejoining us.
Yeah. I'm going to overproof everything.
And for our next item, like a motion to adopt the 2026 Board of Education meeting schedule.
Second.
No, I need a first.
So moved.
Motion.
Okay. Motion by Marilyn, Mrs. Anderson, and a second by Mrs. Quintero. Any comments or conflicts or concerns?
I would just like to have a robust conversation about this like we did the last calendar.
Okay, so I do actually have a request. I would like us to consider moving this to 7 o'clock start time with the 6 o'clock our closed session, just because I am a working person and I work until 5 o'clock. So it's more challenging for me. And so just a consideration
I would not be
to do
opposed
that.
to that either.
I think participation-wise, it would give people a time to get here as well.
Yeah. Okay.
As long as we can commit to very short meetings.
Well, we definitely want to have 11 o'clock or any of that.
We started at 5. That's what I
So
was
that would
thinking,
mean
maybe-
start
We
at
start at
6.
6.
Like start closed session an hour later and open session at 7.
Right.
Yes, which makes it challenging to get up in the morning as well, but it's a lot more difficult to get here on time with traffic and various things. Although I am working more from home now, so that's good, but it does have an impact on my calendar.
What if we just change it by 30 minutes? Would that be helpful? Instead of a 5 o'clock closed session?
It's always going to be better
That's
because
great.
Two of us are gonna-
we need
two of us are gonna always say,
Tricia
push.
said we should phase this in as well. We just need to phase it in.
Hey, let's take a survey. Kim, can you set up something so we can see what the other one, like, I think that would be helpful.
in 15-minute increments.
5 minutes every month. And eventually, by the end of the year,
I think we've lost it.
2029.
Honestly, though, could 5:30 work? Because I just remember when we used to start closed session at 6, we weren't getting out of here till like midnight.
Yeah.
That's my only thought. Is like, let's try, if 5:30 doesn't work, then we can always come back and push it again. All we gotta do is bring it back. We'll, we won't make you wait 6 months.
I'm okay with 5:30. That does help me a little bit. So 6 would be ideal, but 5:30 is okay.
Like I
What do
said,
you
in,
think, Todd?
and public-wise, I think it'll be good.
I'll take all the minutes we can get. 8?
What do you mean? 8
o'clock PM?
start time? Oh, no, that'd be too late. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I'm just thinking of like these long meetings, you know, like that's why we didn't move back because it was so late.
Yeah, and we don't want late meetings. We have had 2 meetings a month in the past, and they were shorter. There's a lot more staff prep time leading up to it because they're prepping twice a month. But maybe that's something that you could consider. And
What I can offer in terms of perspective, I've done it both ways. The cadence of a 2 meeting a month, what it tends to look like is your first week is all study session, where you get all the background information from the agenda items, what are on the agenda, so that we present that to you, you get a chance to discuss them, you give us your questions, you let us know what you care about with each of those items. We get back to you in terms of follow-through, follow-up, feedback on that Friday update, so that the next week's meeting is nothing but action items. Your entire meeting is based on action items. Well, I mean, it's, yes, you discuss it, but I mean, it's literally just, there's no presentations, there's no study session, it's just action items. So that, because the first meeting is like your study, the second meeting is take action on the stuff you studied. And
I kind of like that idea in a sense. It seems to be more transparent.
Would we do closed sessions at both or just at the meeting when we do votes?
typically, you only do one unless there's a really big issue that you just have to have.
Like a special meeting? would
Right. But
constitute.
typically, you only schedule that one once. So your action item meeting, usually, I'm going to knock on wood, is no more than 2 hours max. That's the way my experience has been, if that helps.
That also means we're blocking another day throughout the month, the evening, so something also to consider.
But then we could possibly do the 7 o'clock or the 6:30 time.
At least for your action.
Mm-hmm.
So how can we have you craft this a little bit more without adopting this and knowing that we have to because we're in January? What would
just adopt a January meeting and then leave the rest of it open?
Can we
Or start in August.
Adopt and then amend it.
and then amend it in January?
Yes, that was going to be my suggestion, is go ahead and adopt it, and then we will bring you an amendment to consider in the January meeting, and then you could put it in place for February or March or whenever you want to, for us to take it out in terms of cadence. But you can stick with what you currently have, starting at 5:30 on January, maybe February, and then at that point, if you're ready, then we can make the shift when you guys are ready.
And then could we also have input from our cabinet and everyone else, all the heads that have to be here as well?
and the work to
And the work that they would have to
compile.
prepare.
We can, but you need to understand that we serve in the will of the board, and so we will make it work as we need to. But,
Well, thank you.
but that is our,
We still want to. We still
All
want
right, you guys.
for all of you.
that is our job.
Yeah.
Okay, so can we amend this schedule and move it to a 5:30 start time with the 6:30 regular board meeting start time? And then next month, we'll bring back an amended one that we can discuss further.
And if we do the 2 meetings, push it to 6,
Push it to 6.
but we will discuss that in January.
Yeah.
At our 6:30 open session on January
A
20th.
lot of people do, like, let's say council, a lot of school boards, they do 2 meetings, and if that's more efficient, you know, then
We're for efficiency.
some of us.
And not
Right.
Some
days.
I don't disagree. I would tell you that, yes, those late nights are difficult because many folks have those early morning meetings the next day because, we support schools. And so we will do what we can to adjust it. But I would say either way, whether you all decide on 1 meeting a month or 2 meetings a month, we can make it work. I just, my explanation to you about how we would structure it, now that you know, if that sounds good to you, then we'll do what we talked about in terms of January. I'll bring it back for the January meeting. You guys can decide whether you want to switch it February or March, and we'll try it for a while, and if you like it better, great, and if not, you can always go back to 1 a month.
That is true.
Sounds good.
Can
Okay.
we request that the August meeting just be the one meeting? And so,
we still have no meeting in July, correct?
correct.
June has two. Sometimes we've had to be called in July and schedule a special one for. Yeah, sometimes because of the end of the school year and the new school year starting, we have had to add one in just because of staffing. So maybe we consider it and then delete it.
As long as we don't start meetings at 3:00 ever again, I don't care.
Agreed. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Those were dark days, my friend.
let's take a vote, and this is the adoption of the meeting schedule with the adjustment to 5:30 start time for closed and 6:30 start time for open. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay, next, 19.3. So we have to elect somebody for our district nominating representative to the Orange County Committee on School Organization. Okay, so we need a motion and a second, and then we can discuss.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we select someone to be on our district nominating representative to the Orange County Committee on School District Organization and elect an alternate.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mrs. Anderson, second by Mr. Frazier. Now let's talk about who would like to serve.
You said you're on this, right?
I've done it the last 2 years. It's fairly simple. Yeah. Yeah. One thing a year.
And you don't even go anywhere. I think you've seen them.
Yeah, you can just mail it in.
Cool. Do you want to do it again?
I'll be happy to continue doing it.
Yeah.
You were alternate last time. Would you like to be alternate again? That's what my notes say is it was Mrs. Anderson and Ms. Quintero. But since she did the
Sound
one
like you know how to
email, you
work as an
probably handle it.
I can continue as an alternate. That's fine.
Okay. Okay, so the motion is to elect Marilyn Anderson as the district's nominating representative to Orange County Committee on School District Organization with Tricia Quintero as the alternate. Any other comments? Okay, we'll take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay, next, 19.4.
I'll make a motion that we nominate people to serve as representatives on the California School Board Association Delegate Assembly, Region 15, from April 1st, 26 to March 31st, 28.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Frazier, second by Mrs. Quintero. This is for California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly. To be selected for Delegate Assembly, you have to have the nomination and election from your own school board, and then from there, those nominees submit an application to CSBA. It is a timeline, so if you don't get it in on time, then it's disregarded. If you get it in on time, then that list will go to all of Orange County school boards as each district, and then the districts vote to select their district or their delegate assembly members. We have 22 delegate assembly member, or 21 in Orange County, and we're the second largest delegation in the state behind San Diego, who has 22. LA does not, believe it or not, because they have a lot of smaller districts. I would like to be nominated again to serve as a delegate.
I would also be interested in serving.
Okay, the one caveat with that is you can only have 2 out of the 5 because you can't have a majority that are able to serve. And you also have to be in position for 2 years before you can apply. Any questions, comments?
In position for 2 years.
You have to be
have to be
a
on the
school board
board.
member for 2 years before you can apply to be a delegate. Okay, so I'll make all those in favor, or we're going to call for a vote. All those in favor to nominate Carrie Buck and Marilyn Anderson to serve as CSBA Delegate Assembly.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed?
No.
Did you vote?
I didn't vote. I don't.
Do you want to abstain? Okay, so we're going to go 3, 1, and a 1. And that motion carries. So the next steps for you, Mrs. Anderson, will be to look up that information, submit it, and then our staff on Mrs. Newton will submit the vote of our particular board. Okay, moving on, 19.5. I'll have a motion to adopt board policy 6144.1, opportunities for alternative assignments or activities, second reading.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Blades, second by Mr. Frazier. Any, Dr. Kim, I'll pass to you.
I would just point out that we had a robust discussion about this for first reading, and because we didn't have it in the agenda with the amendments that some of our legal counsel had advised us, we brought it back for second reading with those amendments incorporated in. But the discussion that we had was about the policy with those amendments in it. So folks, this has not changed from the last conversation that we had last month.
Great, thank you. Does anybody have any other comments?
I do. Shocking. So I do want to add in this that as I've been able to talk to Dr. Kim and we've been able to talk to legal counsel and talk to other people about this. What's good about this is the alternative assignments or activities. This is like the name, was the title changed? I thought last time it said opt out. And so the title was changed. So if anybody's confused as you're reading this, this used to be, the title was opt out. But one of the things too that we were kind of discussing was, if there is like a computer class and you believe your child has had too much screen time, you can opt your child out for that reason. If you, if social emotional learning is not something that you want your child to take part of, you can opt your child out for certain things like that, as long as it doesn't fall under the discrimination, graduation requirements, or state standards. So you do have a lot of options. If there's just some part of a class that you just don't want your child to be a part of, you have the opportunity to opt out. And then also too, what was brought up was the issues of compelled speech. Your child does have a First Amendment right. They cannot be compelled to state things that they don't believe. So there's just a lot of things that have been moving with this opt out. But I do think that this is a good opportunity as far as for parents. You kind of can still feel like you have, a say in what your child's education is versus before. If you didn't agree with how much screen time was going on in their classroom, you really didn't have a say. So I do appreciate this, and I hope that this works out good for the parents who, have shared their concerns.
And just to be clear as well, it's not just opt out of whatever you want for any reason. It's deeply held personal beliefs and personal experiences, correct? So, yeah.
Which, that falls under parenting and anything that you deem for your child to be important, which is why I think this is good, because it gives parents more choice inside of the curriculum. And the thing that it also does is it takes the burden off the district from having to notify for all the things, because I think that's the heavy lift on the Mahmood opt-out is you have to notify within 2 weeks. Whereas this can be something where a parent says, my kids, I think screen time's a great example, because it's like that's a value that parents can have about how much they want their child to be on or off screens because of the society we live in. That I think would be a very reasonable, personable belief to say, my child is not going to be on screens that much, so therefore, because of this curriculum being on screens, then we need something else, which I think that's really good. The unfortunate thing about both of these opt-out situations is that, I shouldn't say unfortunate, the reality of these two opt-outs is we can't discriminate because that's illegal, and we can't as a district, and parents may have different opinions about how they want to handle things. And ultimately, parents still do have the choice, because if you have a situation where you don't want your student involved in, it doesn't involve curriculum, and it doesn't involve things that the district can control, then the only option is to pull your student from school, period. So I think it's important to know that is an option. We do have a homeschool program that has been changed, and hopefully we can fix that part at Parkview. But they're also, ultimately parents do have the choice everybody has different circumstances. However, there are only certain things that the district can really control, and most of it is at the curriculum level. So just remember that if you're looking at these things as opt-outs, like, well, I want to opt out of this class or I want to opt out of this school, that's not necessarily something that falls in under these guidelines. However, you still do have the power as the parent over your child if you decide to not be in the public education system, period. So just want to make sure that's clear.
Or we have a great homeschool or an independent study program.
That has-
the Buena Vista
yes.
that was highlighted today.
And it has
a little
changed,
earlier.
but yeah.
Mrs. Anderson, any comments? No? Anybody else?
Well, I do, and I just wanted to mention, I do think too that having this opt-out is good because we obviously have all these charter schools that are coming in, and that's what they continue to say is parental rights, parental rights, parental rights. And so it does show that we as a district are trying to respect parental rights and trying to give the parents what they want. So
parents are our partner.
So yeah, so I think that you know, with the mass exodus we've had over the last year, I'm hoping that maybe there'll be some trust that gets a little bit. Parents will bring their kids back and learn to trust us a little bit again.
Mrs. Anderson. She was getting ready to start, but then you added again.
I thought she said no. So that's why I jumped in.
That's okay.
It's all good. No, I'm just excited about this policy. It covers, last month I spoke a lot about this, but, you know, one of the major things that I hear from parents is that, you know, I don't want my child to read this book, or my child has anxiety and this book has some triggers, and this is a simple way where the parent can just take care of this. So I'm excited that we're finally passing.
And with that, we'll take a vote.
I hope.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, moving on to 19.6.
I'll make a motion to adopt revised board policy 5116, attendance and excuses, second reading.
Okay.
Wait,
one more.
Second.
Okay. Now you can go ahead. We have a motion by Mrs. Anderson, second by Mrs. Quintero.
Okay, so since the first reading, I just want to point out a few things. We had 3 requests or questions. The first one was to add prevention in. So you'll see here that after the first sentence, we added to encourage school attendance, the superintendent or designee shall develop strategies that focus on prevention and early intervention of attendance problems. And then we also had a request on the 1 to the 3rd paragraph down to fix the run-on sentence. So we broke that up, and after the word or the section of the sentence missed during the absence, we have a period, and then we started a new sentence. And then the last one was actually a question about 5 CCR 421B, where it states requires the school board to also approve any reasonable method of verifying absences due to illness or quarantine. And so there was a request about what that actually referred to. And so in conversation with Orange County Department of Ed, basically what that refers to is that the board will adopt a policy, and then the superintendent may issue administrative regulations, which we will have on this policy, but that there just needs to be basically the board needs to approve methods of verification on any policy. So it sounded a little bit complicated with illness and quarantine, but that's just what the verifications need to be for.
And resolution.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
just really weird.
Yeah. So it's simplified. Yes, exactly. I was like, let me check into that. Well, so the team looked into it, and yeah, that's what I thought too.
I just wanted to say thank you for making all the changes. I went through my notes and everything, and everything was in order, and you guys did a great job, so I really appreciate all the thought that went into that and fixing those issues.
Thank you. We have a great team.
All right, seeing no more comments, take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right. Let's see. Action items for business services. We'll take a motion first, but whoever's going to make the motion, if they'll consider making a block vote of 20.1 and 20.2.
Approve the 2025 to 26 first interim report with positive certification. A positive certification indicates that based upon current projections, the district will meet its financial obligations for the current fiscal year and subsequent 2 fiscal years. And also 20.2, approve the Orange County School of Computer Science Charter School 25-26 first interim report.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Dr. Kim, pass it to you.
Thank you. I want to just acknowledge that Mr. Papalardo, Dr. Papalardo, is jumping into the deep end very quickly. This is his second day, and he is going to present the first interim report to you all. Luckily, he is quite the veteran and quite experienced in this work. He has worked side by side with Joan for the last month on a couple of days each week to really gain a depth of knowledge as far as what work she was doing, and I have confidence that he's got background and really has committed himself to make sure he really understands this. In fact, he and I worked on it yesterday together. So, John, I'm going to hand it over to you so you can talk our board through the first interim report.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'll do it sitting here, and I can talk as fast or slow and answer questions during or after. We serve at your pleasure, board. So, first interim report. The topics tonight, and I am going to talk fast, so please just say something when you have the question. We're talking a little bit about what is a first interim report, our budget and assumptions changes since the adopted presentation, which was last June. The actual report itself, some of our challenges that we're looking at, and then the next steps in building the budget. The first interim report is required by the state of California. It is actual revenues through October 31st, and then to be presented to the Board of Education by December 15th. We're only a day late, so we sent everything to the county yesterday. They understand our board meeting is today, so that's all good. It includes our current budget year, 25-26, and 2 projected years, 26-7 and 27-8. And this is really our first big check. We do it, the calendar is fairly straightforward. June, we adopt the budget. September, we have unaudited actuals from the previous year. December, we do the first interim report through October 31st, and then we'll be back again at the first meeting in March to do the second interim report, which is as of January 31st. We'll have actuals through then, and our projection in. We'll also have some better understanding of next year's budget after January 10th's governor's first budget when he releases his projections. So, possibly yes. So when you read the motion, there are 3 different assignments or certifications that interim reports have. First one is positive, that we will be able to meet our financial obligations for the current and 2 subsequent fiscal years. A qualified certification means that we may not be able to meet our financial obligations for the current and 2 subsequent fiscal years. And a negative certification is that we will be unable to meet our financial obligations for the remainder of the current year or 2 subsequent fiscal years. And we're not anywhere close to those, so we'll move on. As we look at our multi-year projections for the next 2 years and for the current year, what we're looking at, we know that salaries are pending for all the years. We have not settled for the current year. The statutory COLA from the state projection at this time, 2.3% for this year. That was set back in mid-May. 3.02 projected for next year, 3.42% for the following year. We anticipate those may be down a little bit from those, but that is what we're using at this time. Our enrollment, as you know, this year is about 21.7. We're projecting about a 1.8% decline in the next 2 years, almost 400 students each year. That really has to do with The entire state of California is declining, and I won't bore you with the birth rate of 21 children per thousand in 1990 when we peaked, and we're somewhere around 10 to 10.5% per thousand today. So you can see we're just having less kids. And those of us that have kids that are childbearing years understand that. So with that, the attendance rate we're projecting, because that's where we get our money from, is average daily attendance. We're using 94.5% in each year, and our health and welfare benefit increase, cost increase each year at 8% projected for the next 2 years. So just a little bit on unrestricted revenue versus restricted. Unrestricted revenues in the general fund, we use it for general education purposes. All of our teachers, our administrators, most of us that is, we use the general fund unrestricted revenues. The vast majority comes from local control funding formula. We'll see that in a minute. State lottery revenues, interest income, donations, those things that come to us that we then decide how it goes out. And it's the general operating expenses of the budget, and we'll see how big it is in a minute. Restricted revenues also, restricted revenues in the general fund versus our other funds. I won't go into a fund as a set of self-balancing accounts. Think of it as you have a checking account, you might have a savings account, you might have something other account. The money goes in and out there. There's a beginning balance. You add money, there's an ending, you spend money, there's an ending balance within that. That's how our funds are. They just have a few more zeros than most of us have. So the general fund, special, restricted programs such as special ed, the categorical programs, all of the federal monies we receive are all restricted, all the title funds. And then our other funds, it's called fund accounting. We like to call it fun accounting. Anyway, so we have the Child Development Fund, our before and after school programs, Fund 12, Nutrition Services, also known as Food Services, Feeding Our Students, Fund 13, Deferred Maintenance, using to maintain district facilities. I won't go into the 30-year history of that, where the state used to match dollar for dollar up to an amount. They got rid of that nearly 20 years ago. Now we just have to put money in there from our general fund. Capital Facilities Fund is developer fees and the redevelopment funds that we receive. Special Reserve Fund for capital outlay, our money from the City of Yorba Linda settlement that we use to pay our certificates of participation debt payments. That's coming up here in a couple items. And then the self-insurance fund, Fund 67, is where we're doing our health and welfare payments, our workers' compensation, property liability insurance. Those items are in the self-insurance fund. So with that, general fund, unrestricted revenues, that's a great big slice of the pie. That's nearly the whole pie at 93.6% is local control funding formula. Coming in at about $278 million, and then there's state revenues at about 3.5%, $10 million, local revenues about $8 million, and a little tiny $500,000 coming in from Child Development Fund to pay for overhead in that fund. So that's in general our general fund unrestricted. LCFF, students coming to school, that's where we get 94% of our unrestricted revenues. That's how it comes in. How does it go out? It goes out in the big three, which is certificated salaries, classified salaries, and benefits. And then from there, there's other items. You can see books and supplies is a very small amount, typically because we're an education institution. We educate people, we pay people to teach kids. Services and other operating expenses, almost 6.5%. Think of all of the services we receive and operating expenses, including Southern California Edison and gas and water, all the utilities, consultants, contract, legal services is all in that area. Other outgo is some transfers out to other funds, and money that goes out to Orange County Department of Ed to educate some of our students. There are two contributions that the general fund unrestricted contribute to. Number one is special ed at about $36 million. We all know the IDEA promise from 40 years ago. Federal government has never made good on their promise. Surprise. And so, sorry, that wasn't political. That's just a fact. Just a fact. Just the facts. Yeah, so contribution special ed about 11.7% of our general fund unrestricted going there. And then there's another contribution to routine restricted maintenance account, RRMA, which we're required to do a minimum contribution into maintenance to maintain our facilities since we got money from the state program sometime in the past. We're required to do that. So that in general is where the money comes. So it comes pretty much from LCFF, kids going to school, and it goes out in all these various areas. Very, very common pie for all of us in education. The money part, revenues about $249 million this year. Expenditures, general fund, we just saw $261 million. There's a red number there, $12.1 million. That means when you take 249.1 and you subtract 261.3, you get a negative number. That's called deficit spending. So that's where it shows up right on that line, surplus/deficit, in parentheses in red, is revenues minus expenses. So you go, that's bad, except that we have a beginning balance of $66 million in the general fund unrestricted. So we end this year with about $54 million. Yes.
Okay, so that's where I got confused when we were looking at the board, the question thing. I'm multi-screens right now.
Me too, but mine keeps going off.
It said, why is our deficit spending so high in restricted general fund? And it says we are not deficit spending.
So it's complicated, but on restricted, we'll get to restricted next.
Okay.
Right. So deficit spending is supposed to be your current year revenues minus your current year expenses.
Okay.
Right. To the extent that you have a beginning balance, and to the extent in the restricted funds we got a lot of one-time money some years ago, and we'll see those are going away too. Right. But there's balances there. So in a technical sense, it is deficit spending, except that when it's one-time money, you get it in 1 year and then you spend it over the next 4 years. It's not considered deficit spending, right?
Got it.
Yeah, that's sort of, it's just a little complicated. Yeah, in restricted. So this has this year projected first interim negative $12 million, and we'll just roll into 26-27, which shows a negative $16 million, and then 27-28 at $17.5 million. So if you think back to the assumptions we had, which is what is COLA, what is our ADA doing, COLA's 2.3%, and our enrollment's going down by 1.8%. That doesn't leave a lot. And then when you have increasing costs in the form of step and column and health benefits and utilities and all these things, that's what we're looking at. So we have a trend here that looks like deficit spending. We're going to recommend, attempting to eliminate that deficit for next year, the $16 million. And then we'll talk about that in future board meeting study sessions that started.
Yolanda promised me that she's got plans, so make sure to talk to her.
We have plans. I've seen plans, yes. There are plans. So you can see there with a beginning balance, ending balance of $54 million this year, then deficit next year, ending balance of $38 million, and the deficit of next year in 27-28 is $17 million for an ending balance of $20.8 million, right? You all see that in the bottom right-hand corner. Okay, that's good, right? We still have $20 million. However, when we roll this into next year's budget, 26-7, and you take the 27-28 and you have to add a year, a 28-29, if we do nothing, right, you can see, what the deficit's going to be in the next year, probably, right? 28-9. If we do nothing, another deficit of, say, 18 or 19 million, you can see there that There you go. That's it. So and that's why the state has us do 2 projected years, so we can see what the trend is and we can act soon so that we don't get to that time and are in trouble like some other districts in the state. So declining enrollment, increasing costs, low COLAs, it all goes together, and says we have to make some changes. And this is where it shows right on that line. I understand the Orange County Department of Ed likes us to have a fiscal solvency statement. So the board is fully aware of what's going on with our fiscal status, where we know current and 2 subsequent years, because that's what we're certifying as positive, that we're going to be preparing the budget stabilization plan to review and adopt prior to us doing the 26-27 budget. So we've got a few months in the spring to get all of this in line. It'll look at the ongoing budget planning, reductions, staffing, positions, non-personnel costs, vacancies. There's a supplemental retirement plan right now out there that people are looking to retire. And when you have that, then you have vacancies, and then you can decide how you go forward with staffing. So all those things, under the assumption we're looking at a need of $16.1 million to maintain fiscal solvency. I mean, when we look at that last page, you can see there, 16.1, that's where the number comes from. We're telling the county, we know, I know, the superintendent knows, and the board knows that this is what we're looking at. Restricted revenues. So you can see there that the pie's split up a little differently than it was in unrestricted, right? There's the sources are more varied. State revenues, which includes special ed monies and restricted lottery monies and all sorts of restricted programs, a little over 50%, $67 million. The next largest one is the contribution in, the $36 million search for special ed, that 28%. The contribution in at 9.4% is for the ongoing major maintenance account. And then there's some local monies we get, about $2.7 million. And there's a great question for next year. What's going to happen with the federal government and their funding of education? If I could tell you that, I could probably make a lot of money on advising people, but nobody knows. Right now, we are at about $11 million this year, 8.6% of federal revenues, and that's the statewide average is close to 10%, so we're just below sort of the average of what districts are receiving from the federal government. 6 months ago, it was 5 months ago, it was a very stark picture. In the summer, we were all really concerned, and then it came through, and now this year didn't change really. So what's going to happen next year, we don't know. My guess is Title I is a pretty popular program nationally, probably not much going on there. Special education, everybody knows the federal government hasn't lived up to their promise, and I haven't heard any reductions in special education. There are some other title funds that they are looking at. Will they actually reduce them? Will they do a block grant and put a bunch together and reduce it by 10% or 15%? That's a possibility. I can see that happening. Beyond that, we don't know. We are planning, though, and there's people sitting over there at that table right there that are currently planning for next year. And we're all looking at where we spend the federal dollars and where the flexibility is and what we might do and move as we go into next year. The good news is we may know in the spring what the government's doing for October 1 of next year, but we may not. So the money comes in, revenues, the money goes out, expenses. Same type of slices for classified, certificated, and benefits, except that you're looking at about 66%. You typically see somewhere around 65% of restricted money in people, right? You usually don't like to get higher than that because it can go away, right? And sometimes it's only for certain things, and we're maybe buying a lot of stuff instead of ongoing people. So from there, you see the books and supplies is way more than what we have in the general fund, and then services about the same, little bit of capital outlay. So about $156 million currently in restricted expenses. Talked a little bit about the one-time monies, sort of as a going back in time, the learning loss mitigation, educator effectiveness. You can see those arts, music, instructional block grant is due to be spent by the end of this school year. Oh, it's already gone. The 14.7 million's gone, right? So then there is the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, LREBG. God, we love acronyms. So that one, they're still funding a little bit every year too. They're giving, because they cut it by 30% 2 years ago when they gave it to us. Now they're giving it to us in little drips and drabs as it's going forward. But you can see there of the 21 million, after we're looking at about 7.8 million left. This year there is one-time student support and professional development block grant, $6.7 million. We have 4 years to spend it. Right now we've identified about $1.5 million of that, and then the dual enrollment opportunities is also all accounted for. So of the $51 million, there's about $13 million left that hasn't been planned to be expended yet. There are some ongoing grants. The ELOP program, which initially was supposed to be one time, not ongoing, and then it was, and then it is. And so ELOP is a very popular program going forward, about 8% a year. Prop 28, that was a ballot initiative for arts and music in schools, 1% of the general fund that schools receive from the state, they give to us separately, strictly for arts and music in schools. No supplanting. So you can't say, oh, I was going to cut the music program, I can save it with this money. No supplanting. So most districts expanded whichever offering. Some went art, some went music, some tried both. So about 12 million there. Multi-year projections restricted. So there's the story there. We have $129 million this year, 156 in expenses, but we had 53 million, and you saw the one-time monies coming in from the previous. So that shows we're expending those, and you can see the deficit spending, so to speak, is declining as the one-time expenses, one-time revenues are being spent, and then those expenditures need to go away. Then we just put it all together. We put the unrestricted revenues and the restricted revenues, and we just add up those two numbers and put them on one slide. It usually doesn't show well in one. You really need to talk about them separately. The general fund going down to that, low number is bad. You can see here it just looks a little better or not, depending on the perspective, with the beginning balance of 119 million. And you can see there the deficit spending between the two, but the majority of 27-28 is general fund unrestricted, right? Ongoing. So that's why we do it separately. Oh, there's a lot of numbers on this page. So components of the ending balance. There's our ending balance, unrestricted and restricted for this year, 54 million and 25 million, equaling 80 million. It looks great until you look at the 2 future years, right? And then we just say what the reserves are within those ending balances, some textbook adoption, the declining enrollment, we know the restricted carryover, and then reserves. However, as time goes on and you have less money, you say, okay, we spent the declining enrollment coverage and now you have to do something about it. And we know we're pretty close to wanting to do something about it now. Orange County School of Computer Science is actually within our budget, under our control. It's separately in Fund 9. Remember, a self-balancing set of accounts, so they have a beginning balance, revenues, expenses, and an ending balance. The big news here was a decline in their enrollment this year versus last year, which really affected their LCFF revenues. The line down there under expenditures called services and other operating expenses of the $1,000,005. We are transferring the prorated amount of our overhead within Placentia-Yorba based on enrollment into this fund. So, everybody in this, I don't think anybody in this room is paid directly into this, out of this fund, right? Fund 9, but a lot of us, we all have a piece of it, right? We're doing the payroll, we're doing all the accounting, we do the support. So we are charging indirect costs or overhead to it, and to the tune of, I think, about around $1.4 million, and that's why you see that transfer up at the top transfers in from the general fund of the 1.498,498,602.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So the transfer into the general fund and the services and other operating costs. So we're let me just make sure that I'm hearing this correctly. So we are transferring approximately $1.5 million in, and maybe explain to me why we're transferring it in. What we're accounting for in our expenses are we're charging them for all of the services that we provide that they don't do at a school site. So are we, in essence, paying them up or transferring money in and then taking that money out because they can't cover the costs?
Yes.
So how do we solve that situation? I mean,
So
I like that we have the accounting correct in there, but there's still a deficit that's happening at a pretty significant level. So how do we manage that? And I know we gave some additional support this year, as was mentioned earlier, to for those days where we're doing professional development, that kind of thing. Looking at long-term sustainability, what is that going to look like?
So I would say the first thing we're going to do with them is make sure we have a good enrollment projection for them, and then it has to be staffing at the site. Our staffing ratios have to be please.
Thank you. Because I know this one's a new one to you.
Question for day 2.
Yeah, no, this one's a new one for you. I would say right now our team is looking at enrollment projections. When we look at sort of the feeder patterns and how it was set up, when we look at grade configurations, when we look at parents are starting to think about, which they typically do at that December, January timeframe, enrolling, especially if they're moving from one grade span to the next. And we're looking at what are their enrollments going to be like. I know that our team has been working with them to advertise out, to communicate out what the different programming that is available. And we're kind of looking at what students are we going to be serving. I would say our enrollment seems very robust in grades 7 and 8. Our enrollment does not seem robust in grade 6. And I would tell you that philosophically, I have questions because all of the elementaries that feed into there are K-6s. And so we're asking families to pull their kids out at the end of 5th grade and put them there. And I would want to dig in and ask whether or not that's an effective strategy or not. And I think our parents are going to tell us that with their feet. They're going to tell us that with their kids. And so as we think that through, my question is, if 7 and 8 is really rocking and it's robust and kids are doing well, we need to absolutely protect that. We need to absolutely support it. We need to make sure that they can do that to the best extent possible. if our parents are telling us we do want that sixth grade piece, then we either need to modify what our articulations look like, or if they're telling us they don't, then we need to leave our elementaries the way that they are, and maybe we think about what the grade configuration needs to be going forward. And so what I've asked the team to do is to really monitor what our applications or what our enrollment, what our parents are, our commitments are for enrollment, and then I'll bring you back that data in our 221 conversations that are coming up in January. I'll share with you what we've got, and then I would anticipate probably a conversation back in the January board meeting on what does that data look like. Does that help?
I think too, when we were talking about when you mentioned the sixth grade part, originally it was just going to stay 7th and 8th, but then what was happening is they were talking about making everything in our district, you know, because we have some that are K through 6 and we have some 7 and 8, and so it's nothing's consistent. And then also too, some of our private schools whose parents were looking to come in, they were also, well, you know, we do 6th, 7th, and 8th. And so we would like, instead of having to like have my kids start technically middle school at 6th grade and then pulling them out and then putting them over there at 7 and 8. So I think that was why they created the 6th grade. And they knew it was going to be lower enrollment, you know, for the 6th grade. I don't know how low it is now. But I would say too that, you know, when Beth Fisher left, that really, we took a huge hit just because of the way she was treated. She had an EEOC right to sue. Yeah, I mean, there was all kinds of things that were happening, you know, here. And so I think a lot of the parents lost a lot of trust. That was what happened with that school. And so, and I also think too that we have staff that's in our district who are actually still talking badly about the school. And so when you have high school people, you know, talking badly about OCSCS and telling parents to move away, like we have to change that you know, we have to like be able to change that narrative, because there's a lot of parents who think that this is a good school and it's good for their kids, but if you have this type of like negative image of it,
yeah.
I mean, who would have thought? Because Bernardo had 550 students. When we opened up at OCSCS, we were at 780, and then all of a sudden, you know, you get that drop again, and I think it's because the school has been demonized.
I can't speak to that, obviously not having been here, but I would tell you in the time that I have been here, that hasn't been my experience in terms of hearing that it isn't doing a good job. I have actually heard that, you know, it has stabilized and the programming is serving kids in 7th and 8th grade. And I think the 6th grade class is much smaller, but at this point, the question is, what does 7 and 8 look like? You know, it's really easy for me to be the Monday armchair quarterback, but I can say that as I look at programming, I have some questions about how do we create a sustainability and how do we create the right articulations. And I think our data is going to tell us that. I think that when our parents make decisions about where they want their kids to be, whether that's for 6th grade, whether that's for 7th grade, 8th grade, when we look at dual enrollment, dual language, all those things, that's going to all play out. And then it's going to tell us what are our families telling us they value and how do we support that. And then how do we, if we need to right size, then we need to have that conversation. But right now is the time that folks are actually applying.
And I think too that now that you're with you being here, like within the last year, when we had, you know, them, you know, basically trying to take a sledgehammer to the charter school, you know, and like, you know, axe programs and make all these changes and stuff, the parents, I mean, we were sitting in a study session in June asking who was making these changes, who was doing all these things, and nobody would fess up to what was happening. And even the teachers didn't know what their schedule was going to be, the students. I mean, so that was a huge thing with enrollment, is that they just basically, they just left the school hung out to dry. So I feel like if we walk in with a plan ahead of time and people know, parents know what they're getting into and they know what things are going to be about, then maybe the enrollment will go up again. But I mean, literally this last year, I mean, you should, if you go back and watch the study session, it was an absolute, you know what type of show. It was terrible. And like no teachers, no students, no parents, nobody should have had to live through that. So I feel like if we can, you know, reverse course on that and give the parents the information and even the staff the information and stuff like that, maybe enrollment will go up.
I think if we spend the time way on the front end, build and make sure we're doing it correctly, then we're going to have a lot more success.
Well, I just think practically, I was going to bring up what Leandra said there about the end. They didn't have a master schedule going into this school year, which I think caused a lot of 6th grade parents to be like, we're not going to transition. So I would be curious what happens next year when we do have a schedule in a timely manner, because that was a nightmare when that study session was gnarly. I mean, the staff saying we don't know how to set the master schedule because we haven't been given direction, and it was a nightmare. So, anyways, something to think about.
No. That's exactly. I will keep moving, and I'll just say that yes, we did charge them indirect costs of about $1 million for direct costs of prorated costs of $1,447,000, and we need to transfer in $1,498,000. So without that transfer, they'd have about $50,000. We talked a little bit earlier about the other funds. I'm not going to go into each of these numbers. Do you have any questions on any of these particular funds? I'll point to Capital Outlay Fund 40 there. That has the little over $13 million this year, and that's the money that we receive, money from Yorba Linda, and then we will be paying the COPs off for the next 8 or 9 years. They're all positive, and the cafeteria fund has a plan with the state to spend down that balance because we're only allowed to have 9 months of operating expenses, and you can see we're a little over that, about a year. So, but that's a good thing too, to have money in that fund. So the challenges, we talked a little bit about federal funding. We don't know. Department of Finance talking about an $18 billion deficit in the state of California for next year, although they've got lots more money this year, so it's interesting. We'll see what happens more in the spring. We know our declining enrollment is tough, and welcome to the U.S. We're declining nationwide. The low COLAs, step and column, rising costs. We know those things. Nothing new there. So tonight is the first interim. In February, we have scheduled the mid-year LCAP update. Second interim, as I said, by March 15th. And then always in June, there's 2 board meetings because we have to do a public hearing for the LCAP first and then the budget on the same night. And then not at the same meeting, we adopt the LCAP and adopt the budget. Thank you. I've come to the end.
Great end.
I love your presentation surprised you. That was great. It's done.
Timeline is usually the last thing.
Good job.
Anybody have any questions?
I just love your commentary.
Sorry.
No, I love it.
It gets longer as it gets later.
It's good. Yes, I'm with you on that. It's good.
I did have 2 cookies. They were really good. Who made them?
Nutrition Services.
Wow. Well, I'm visiting them on
Cafeteria fun.
I'm visiting them on Monday morning.
All right. So with that, we're going to take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll move next to 20.3.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 25-18, authorizing the execution and delivery of documents relating to the sale of the 2026 refunding certificates of participation and authorizing certain actions in connection therewith.
Second.
All right, we have a first by Mrs. Blades, second by Mrs. Quintero. This item was addressed at last month's board meeting. Are there any follow-up questions? Would you like to make a comment?
I would just say that we are not selling any school property.
Yeah, clarify the language here.
The
language is getting people all jacked up.
The language and the
language is very
not inappropriate language, just different.
Right. So I'll just say that we know these are a refunding of a COP, so we're refunding it at a lower rate from the refunding that we did in 2016. And in 2016, we had basically the same language, except that we had Esperanza High School and El Dorado High School as collateral in 2016. with the lower amount now owed at 60 million instead of 77, and the increase of property values, we now only have Esperanza as basically collateral. And how it works, it's a two-step process. One is that we take the property and we put it in sort of a trust. We lease it, we give it to this third party finance corporation that then says, I have this collateral, and investors, you give us $60 million to pay off these COPs, and the district is going to pay this for the next 9 years, and we're holding this, but they're not holding a title, they're holding a leasehold on it. So there's no transfer of property, there's no escrow, there's none of that legal, other than saying we're putting this up as collateral for the COPs that the $60 million we're getting to pay off at a lower interest rate. And then
Like
at
a
the
bail
end,
bond.
Well,
Kinda like a bail bond.
kind of
It's a
like that, but a very low interest rate.
Let's use that term.
Refinance at a lower interest rate, saving money. Yes, that's what we're about, is
Yeah,
saving money.
Because I think the clarification is important, and I emailed and asked the question. I said, hey, let's clarify what happened in 2016, because that's an important thing to say. We are using one less property as collateral in
We
this
are.
refinance terminology, refunding. So let's not all get our heads in a tizzy, because
When
this
I
is a
saw
good thing.
yeah, when I saw that, I thought, oh my gosh, we're gonna be in the register tomorrow that we're selling Esperanza. Thank God.
We are
The
not
finance
selling
corporation for
Esperanza.
$60
Not happening. And this is saving us money.
And it is saving us money. I'd just like to thank Jason Chung, Vice President of Fieldman, who has been helping us through this, and he has been sitting here really enjoying.
He waited this whole time.
He is there.
I hope you've
That is
enjoyed the home meeting.
conviction.
Sorry, Jason. I told him. He asked last week, should I come? I said, there might be some questions. You should come.
We had questions, I think, last time. Yes, please take
You gotta
some home.
Take two.
I made him have a cookie.
All right, does anybody have any questions for Jason? No? Okay. Thank you
No.
What other investment options do you have at the moment that we could be involved in? We'd like to.
How else can
No?
you save us money?
Yeah.
Can I have a question. How has our staff been working with you? Do you get all of the questions and responses that you need when you have them? Thank you.
2 days.
Yep.
It's coming up on a half.
This doesn't expire till 2033, so you got a few
2033.
years.
8 years. Pay it off.
Okay, seeing no more questions, we'll take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
being here.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
Okay, next we have 21.1, approved changes to the certificated management salary schedule. I need a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion to approve the changes to the certificated management salary.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Do you have any comments, questions? Seeing none, take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Can we block it? This 21, 2, 21, 3, and 24?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve 21.2, 21.3, and 21.4 in one block vote.
Second.
Okay, we have Mr. Frazier and Mrs. Blades. Second. Any questions, comments? Would you like to?
All I would say is that I feel like we've started to catch up with some of these. We've had quite a few. And when I got here, one of the things our CSEA team asked me was, can we get to some of these? Because we've been sitting on them for a while. So I'm happy that we are getting these done for our staff.
That was going to be my comment. I'm really glad that we were able to get these reclasses done and moving forward. And it's nice to be crossing the finish line on some of these things that have been going on for a long time.
Yes.
So thank everybody involved for making this happen.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Brings us to the consent calendar. Actions proposed for the consent calendar items are consistent with approved practices and the district and are deemed routine in nature. The trustees each receive board agenda backup information in advance of scheduled meetings and are prepared to vote with knowledge on the block vote items. Does anybody have anything to pull?
Yes. 2410.
26-4.
Okay, can I have a motion for the balance?
I'll make a motion for the balance of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 That motion carries 5-0. Now we'll move to 2410.
I'll make a motion to approve the subscription for CSBA meetings with CSBA effective July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2027.
Second.
The reason I pulled this was we use Diligent Community, or the software, whatever we have now. And my whole thing is just to do, the CSBA is a political lobbyist firm. And I just feel like if we move our board documents and all of our stuff over to CSBA, we're just giving them a lot, especially if maybe next year we're able to pull out of it again. And then so we lose our, if everything's all with CSBA. I don't like the organization. I don't like how they don't support parental rights. And I just think that putting all of our stuff with CSBA is just not a good choice. I think this Diligent community we've been using has been working. And, it's a $30,000 fee just to be in this, CSBA membership. And now we're looking at another, $5,000 for Gamut and then another $12,000 for this thing. And I don't believe in giving money to that organization.
Are there other alternatives to this? I know that you talked about other softwares for the board meeting. Were there others that you considered before you brought this?
I would tell you that I've used both Diligent and Board Docs, and neither one of them are great. I'm sorry, but that's just the honest truth. I mean, I've had to work through multiple different systems. I'm not familiar yet with the Gamut system, but from the school districts that I have talked to, they seem to like it more than the other two. But I would say I haven't seen a school board agenda management tool yet that I feel like lives up to the technological advancements that we're capable of in other spaces. It just, in general, in the work that we do. So, I don't know. Maybe there's an opportunity for some entrepreneur out there.
Oh, there absolutely is an opportunity.
I would just say that's not been my experience. So I'm hoping that Gamut is something that does a better job than ones I've used in past, because they've been pretty clunky.
Moving to another software that we're not sure about. I just don't know if I'm on board with that.
I use Gamut at North Orange County ROP, and it's easier to use than Diligent and more intuitive, and it's easier to take notes and to track things. I find Diligent to be a little clunky. Related to CSBA, this doesn't come up until July 2026, so it will expend our Diligent contract. CSBA is not a political lobbyist. It's an association that just approximately 5,000 school board members across the state are membership of, and it is led by delegate assembly. The people on delegate assembly are elected by their own boards. They're elected by their region boards, and they make decisions for the whole group. It's not going to make everybody happy all the time because you have 5,000 people that are in our organization. You have 260 delegates that help lead that. So
You have 260 delegates that have to pay to be a delegate. It is a pay-to-play lobbyist organization.
You have to pay to be part of that because they're
And you have to
it
pay to be
takes
a delegate.
staff to get things together, to put on conferences, to put information out.
To go to Sacramento and
where
lobby bills. Yes.
they do have a lobbying wing, and that is directed by all of the CSBA delegates and the policy platform that we decide on and vote on an annual basis. So there are people on every side of the political aisle that attend CSBA and are members, and you can't have a voice unless you're participating. So I am glad that we're participating again.
Well,
So since we're not getting in or getting out of CSBA, let's talk about the software. Can we wait and see if there's better options? I don't feel. I mean, we were talking about July, so we don't. This isn't something we're in a hurry to do.
I'm okay waiting.
As if we just wait.
Yeah, let's wait.
I know that we've had a lot of issues with Diligent, and
Well, I've never had an issue
I haven't
with
had any
Diligent.
issues at all.
them putting it together and a lot of time solving issues and
Like what?
I think Mrs. Newton probably could share because since she spends the most time with it. But I like just this last year, like approving. She'll send me a draft, and I'll like it's missing this and this, and she's like, I put it there, and things just kind of disappear.
We used Diligent when I was board president. I wouldn't have any issues with it.
Yeah, and I know that this came up when we approved Diligent in June. And we asked to have research done and to look at other options. So I'm assuming this is the other option.
Well, if this was done in June of this last year, and
Yeah.
that was with Alan, I think we should have somebody else take a look
I'm
at other
fine
options.
putting
Not-
it on hold, but I think we need to address the issues before.
Yeah, I think we should.
What happened the last time was it came to the board for approval, and we didn't even have time. If we were to deny it, then we would have been out without something. It came too late in the game. So this is
Right,
early,
'cause when it had
which is great.
Yep.
But we do have some time to make that decision.
I would like to see a couple of options, or at least. I know you said you've worked with a couple of others, so if we could get a little more research.
The only thing I would tell you is it's such a niche like thing that it's not like Microsoft platform and Google platform. I
Does
mean,
Teams have an
serving, yeah, unfortunately no. Serving school boards is sort of this limited niche, so there's not a ton of options out there. And like I said, the two that I have tried are Board Docs and the current Diligent, and I would argue that neither one of them are Teams. Let's just say that. I would say overall, I'm happy to play with Gamut and certainly talk with you, Carrie, and bring back at least some perspective, or at least maybe some, like, walk people through some modeling of it to see whether or not people see that it's worth it, if that's helpful.
That would be helpful.
That would be helpful.
I did notice it was cheaper than Diligent.
Yeah, by a couple grand.
Yeah.
But you've also paid $35,000 to be a part of CSBA to get this program.
Can you
so
have
you're really
Gamut
not,
without being a part of CSBA?
No.
You cannot.
No.
Oh.
So it's really not a cheaper option.
But
Yeah,
we
that's-
also choose to be part of CSBA.
Well,
because
but-
we get so much more.
3 of you choose.
Assuming that would go forward, yes. But if we're tied into something that if we get out of CSBA or something happens down the road, and then we're tied up with, well, now you can't use our software, I don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a factor. Okay, so we are the consensus that we're going to pull this item?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so that takes us to 26.4.
Do we need to, do you want me
Rescind
to
your
amend my
motion?
motion?
Sure.
Want me to amend
Go
the
ahead.
motion to
Just
table?
rescind.
I'll rescind it. Can I have a second on the rescind?
A second.
Okay. All right, moving to 26.4.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding with Western Youth Partnership effective December 17th, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. And my
Second.
question-
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
I am not against this. I want to just a further explanation to make sure this is going to be on top of the current services we already provide, not in replace of. It's like our RBTs will still be in place. Everything we have, obviously we need more help. So this is going to be more, correct?
Yes, this is like a gift, actually. They approached us, and this is a free service that they provide, and we're going to build on our multi-tiered systems of support. We're going to actually try to build more services for our most needy students. So we're looking at actually the feeder pattern of Melrose, Valadez, and then Valencia. And we had a meeting with them where they said they would come in and help us to provide services for the students, and if the families need additional services, they will also push into the FRC. So this is an addition. This isn't supplanting.
Yeah. So I want to make
use our
sure. I've worked
terminology.
with them before, and I know they're
Yeah,
great.
they're
especially
really
if we
great, yeah,
can't
and they
provide
approached us.
services as a
Mhm.
district. They will refer out to who
Yes,
can.
they will. Mhm.
And so, okay, great.
I have
Just wanted to make
experience
sure.
with them too, and they're great.
Yeah, I do too from previous districts, and one of them came in, and I used to work with them, and I was really surprised. So yeah,
Great.
it'll be a good partnership.
All right. So without, take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, and that brings us to board report. Mrs. Blades.
I had a lot to say, but since it is 10:15, I may just wish everybody a Merry Christmas. One thing, and the only thing I will say is that I was going to talk about is I really do feel like we do need to take a good look coming into the new year. And now that John is here too, maybe he could take a look. Our facility use agreements. We have a lot of our sports teams that need their fields worked on, and we're renting out their. I've said this before. I feel like I always say this. And I did talk to Dr. Kim about it, but I just wanted to reiterate it that I am mentioning this. We have a lot of outside users using our facilities, but somehow our booster programs are having to pay for fields, and they're having to pay for repairs, and they're having to pay for all of this. And so there's got to be a way that when we...
including the PAC.
Yes.
We can go even beyond that.
Including the PAC. I'm talking about any facility and stuff. And so all of that. And so we just have to have a better system, because it's kind of like double taxation for our parents, because they're paying the fees, they're paying stipends for the coaches, they're paying all of these things. And then it comes up, you have these JV fields. I was driving by on Sunday, and there was a big softball clinic out there. It was great. They were having this great old time, but I was just sitting there watching. You had hundreds of girls on this field, and I'm sitting here going, okay, so after this field is used, the boosters are going to be responsible for having to, their laser level it or, reseed the field or whatever. So I just feel like we really need to sit down and look at this, and especially too, just on the news today, they were also talking about how the cost of youth sports is just almost more, they're collecting more money than professional sports. It's so everything is just it's just extreme right now. So we want kids to be able to play, and some of these fees that our kids are having to pay, a lot of it is because they have to fix the fields, and because of these costs are so expensive. So we just need to find a solution. That was it. And then also too, I had a question about if the schools, when we have outside transfers coming in, if schools are open, do they get, the choice? Do they still have the school choices, even if they live, let's say they live in El Dorado's area, but they want to go to Esperanza? If the schools are open, do they still get that choice? Because a couple people have said that they wanted to transfer, they're outside of our district, they want to transfer back in, but their school of choice wasn't open to them. And so I just want to make sure that's still a thing. And I will save the rest for the new year, but these were the pressing things that I always get emails about all the time, is just the sports, the facility uses, things like that. So with that, Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy New Year. Be safe. And I will talk about Dr. Kim, I will second her, make good choices.
Let's see. Well, since haven't had much done since our last meeting, so it's going to be short. I did attend the El Dorado play, Failure, a Love Story. It was wonderful, very intriguing, and a different type of story. So it was very interesting. It had me hooked. So I just want to say a great job on that, and I'm happy that I was able to attend. I did attend the CSBA conference. I had a great few days of learning and a lot of information. Was able to watch the gubernatorial forum with 5 of the candidates. So that was very informative. And like I said, a lot of the sessions were very informative. And a lot of different perspectives and questions asked that were really good and gave, kind of a different perspective to some topics. So that was great to hear. And again, just wishing everybody a happy holiday season. And a happy new year, and I hope 2026 is wonderful for everybody, and everybody gets to spend time in the next few weeks with their family and loved ones and enjoy some great cookies and some great food and and making great memories. So happy holidays, everybody.
All right. I'll be quick. Saw the play. It's good. Saw some basketball games. They're great. Christmas cookies in the shape of trees should be everywhere all the time. And then lastly, there's a student that came up and talked tonight at public comment, and I know exactly what's going on because I know exactly what's going on. I've heard about all the information happening at Esperanza, mid-year changing schedules because of staffing needs. I just need to make sure I'm very clear in saying it's very strange for especially seniors with high-level courses to have their schedules changed mid-year this quickly. Like I don't know how this happened or what was the reason that it came up like this, but I think it's not affecting. I don't think it's affecting a large amount of students, but the students that it is affecting, it is a large effect, if that makes sense, because they're high level classes. Most of them are AP that are getting switched around. One of them's a ceramics class that I know is being changed. But anyways, I'd like us to dig into that and make sure that before anything gets finalized and schedules get moved around to cause some, I wouldn't want my child to go from an in-class AP to a self-study AP the second semester of their senior year. That just kind of is a big deal. So I just wanted to make sure I brought that up. So thank you. Merry Christmas, everyone. And make wise decisions. See? A little bit different.
Okay, I will try to make this brief. I attended the Placentia prayer breakfast, and it was a really fascinating speaker of Jay Hewitt, who completed the Ironman triathlon in Placentia as he was fighting brain cancer. I attended El Camino Career Day, which I already talked about. The Amy Madrigal Cross Country Invitational. It was really great to see our middle schools competing against other schools and to see the Madrigal family there. I attended the Esperanza Showcase. I always love seeing our students shine as they tell their experiences. I saw the play, Failure, a Love Story, and its unique storytelling format. I went to the Venture Christmas Boutique and took a friend, and we had a great time shopping and purchasing things for the holidays. I also went to the CSB conference, where I took a lot of classes to help me become a better trustee, like advanced school financing for school board members, how the impact the board can have on school discipline and policies and procedures, and things that are happening throughout our state and our nation of hot topics, and how to work through those better. So it was just really great, and I was honored to be there for the Golden Bell and accept it for our district and all the hard work that our teachers have done. So those are just a few of the highlights. I had lots of notes. I attended the Winter Wonderland at Ruby Drive, and I also went to their holiday performances for TK in first grade. And what I want to say about this is the parent volunteers and the staff and all the work that goes to make these events. These things just don't happen. And I just am grateful for everybody in whatever school you are that has worked so hard to make these holiday seasons exciting and provide programs and enrichment for our students and our community, because it's just really important. I also had the privilege of attending mock interviews for our Reach PYL First Lego League. And I didn't know a lot about it, and I asked just a simple question, and then I got invited to come and participate in the mock interviews. And if anyone does not know about this program, they really need to research it. If you have a child that's interested in computer programming or STEM, it was incredible what these kids were able to accomplish and demonstrate and show. Just blew my mind away. And I got to hear 3 different teams, and then on Saturday they competed in the regionals, and one of our teams, we have 5 teams in our district, and 3 made it to regionals, and 2 of our teams are advancing now to state, and one of our teams went all the way, won first place at regionals. So I'm really excited to hear how our students progress and move. And again, this wouldn't be possible without the Reach Foundation and all the parent coaches and volunteers that come and help these students with their projects and things like that. It's a very complex, they're given a problem and they have to do all this research and solve it. They give an oral presentation on it, and they have to build a robot that goes through a track and has to complete things, and they have to design it, and then they have to give a presentation as well on what they learned doing it and how they modified their robot. And they also have core value presentation they have to do. It's very complex, and I was just blown away by these students, what the research that they found, how they problem solved, how they modified, and things like that. If you want to know more, talk to the Reach, or I can tell you my limited knowledge, but it was just great. So I just want to wish everyone Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, however you celebrate this holiday season. I hope it's filled with friends, family, and yummy food. And have a good night.
Thank you.
I texted Carrie to take you.
My phone's in my purse.
And good choices.
Make good choices. I just have a couple of things to add. The district luncheon that we attended, the students from the culinary programs from the high schools made our lunch, and they were all fabulous. And they got to share about the meal and what the inspiration was, and it was just lovely. So thank you for including them and having them prepare for the day. I have a CNAC, the California Nutrition Advisory Council, coming up in January, so I'll report back on any new activities that are happening there. North Orange County ROP, we had our organizational meeting last week, and Marilyn Bucci from Fullerton was elected as our president, and I was elected as the vice president clerk for this upcoming year. I also attended the play, which was fabulous, and I'm so glad that I got the invitation. Unfortunately, missed a handful of things being gone for CSBA. It's a lot of the same performance nights, so it was nice to be able to catch that one. Couple of notes just from the speakers. I have questions regarding the AP class, so I'd like to follow up with that as well. And then With Hope Foundation, I'm concerned about that one as well. The With Hope Foundation has been incredibly important, and I want more information about it. And that's it. Everybody have a happy holiday, get some nice rest, and we'll see you in January. And that's it. Can I take? Oh, so we now are moving to adjournment. Tonight we're going to adjourn in memory of Tom Crake. Tom served our district for 26 years as a school safety counselor and coordinator of student services and crisis intervention. He was a source of comfort for many during difficult times, and many times he was the first to arrive during the time of crisis. His connection to our staff, students, and community is a testament to his dedication, and we send our deepest condolences to his family and friends. Many of his family members are still employees in our district and have dedicated their lives as well. On a personal note, Tom had worked with my family on an occasion many years ago and helped us through a really rough patch. So I hope that his family can get some peace and comfort from the community that surrounds him. So with that, I'll take a motion and a second, please.
I'll second.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
And motion carries 5-0. And we're adjourned at 10:29.